is the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We are starting a brand new week with you, and we thank you so much for being with us. Inching just a little bit closer to Christmas, aren't we? I know it feels different. I had to tell my wife it feels different for everybody, honey. I know it's just not the same, but we're going to get through it and make it the best we can. We thank you for being with us. Again, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. I am Speedy back in studio, and I thank all of you for being with us today. Hope all of you had a great weekend. If you're listening live, it is Monday the 14th, and it's day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. You know, that it flies by. It seems like we just started it yesterday, and we're already at day 8. Today, we've got it. Man, my goodness gracious, look at here. We got us another great gift here from the 12 working days of Christmas. Added in is that Pradco Moultrie mobile package. The camera, batteries, SD card, camera tree mount, valued at $160. And the gift is on up there as well, and this is a hard-to-find item, so we cannot wait for that today. You want to listen for the sounder, and when you do hear that, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we've had, one thing I love is that all the listeners, we've had a lot of you listen from viewing and listening to the show in different formats. It's not just terrestrial radio. We've had a lot of folks that have reached out to the show and said, "Look, I'm watching on YouTube. I'm on the TuneIn app. I'm getting the show however I can." And good luck to all of you as you weigh in on trying to win the next 12 working days of Christmas gift. All right, so we have a lot to discuss today. Helmsy's still in the garage. He is zooming in today. We'll explain, but first let's bring everybody in. Sitting over my right is Greg Burgess. In the garage is Helmsy, and in the TV room is Eddie Van Adler. And how you doing, boys? Is everybody good? How's everybody doing? I'm sorry, wrong mic. Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, I'm sorry. I always swap on you. You never know where I'm at.
It's musical mics. You never know.
I'm good.
You good? Everybody good?
Yeah. Nice weather on the way in.
I know. I've always enjoy a big winter. Hey, I got a cold front coming in. Here's a system coming. It's got wind. It's got rain. And as I left today, and my headlights hit my yard, I saw half our stuff laying in the yard.
A lot of leaves.
And some of it's garbage day today. And we had some garbage cans turned over and trash just blown everywhere, and it looks like infield of Talladega right after the race.
Yeah, same here on the way in. The roads were just covered in leaves, and you'll see a can dumped every now and then. Like, golly, I hope mine hangs. Mine was still standing when I went by.
Right.
So
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, how about you, Mr. Helms?
I'm good. I'll have to take your word for it on the what's going on out there outside of the world. But it's one of those things where and I'm frustrated because we were Marco Poloing this morning, and I look, leaves is my battle every year, and I got out yesterday for about 2 hours, cranked up the blower, not really because a lot of it needed it, just because I needed something to do.
Yeah.
And Amanda says she can always tell when I'm bored because I'm out there with a blower.
Mm-hmm.
And I had it looking so good. There wasn't a leaf laying around. Larry would be so disappointed.
Really?
He wouldn't have any friends. And now there's no telling what I'm gonna wake up to when the sun comes up here in a little bit.
Yeah. That's going to be kind of an adventure for you, my friend. Just go out and go, all right, well, let's see what happens. Limbs and everything else down. But anyway, so where we live, a lot of straight line wind, a little system came through overnight. And so it's always fun because we're the first line for the show that gets out and to get here. And I mean, you just name it, okay? It could be a winter system. It could be tornadic activity. You just name great southeast weather, right? It's always an adventure when you pull out of the driveway at the time that we do. You're like, okay, well, let's see what's out there. Oh, that road's blocked. Okay, I'll go the other way. You just never know. But anyway, we are here, and we thank all of you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. So another great gift today is on the table, guys, and this one here is one of the DJI drones here, close to about a $450 value. Oh. Then you add on top of that the Pradco gift, the Moultrie mobile package. You add that onto it, man. We're on up there again. We're on up there again. So anyway, we've got some really cool things to give away, and so we thank you for being a part of the show. So Friday I wasn't here. We had a little scare at the old Wilburn house as Terry came home from work Thursday not feeling well. And then so you go, oh, my gosh. And again, this is where, guys, it just is. This is where we think the only thing out there is COVID. Yeah. Oh, you got sniffles, Is it COVID?
We've all been there.
Well, no. I mean, there's colds, there's walking pneumonia, there's strep, there's the regular flu. There's just the crud, There's a lot out there, but that's the first thing you do,
Well, and I get it.
Yeah. And out of respect to you guys, you're like, well, I mean, we can't, now that I know this, we can't just wait till tomorrow and go, well, let's see if you wake up and feel better.
Yeah.
And she just didn't.
Let's roll the dice.
Yeah, you can't do that. So here I go. I'm like, okay. And it was funny because before I called you guys and sent the text message, I went, so their day is like normal right now, and they're about to get this, and it's about to change. But I wanted to let you guys know. So we go, we actually find a place in Helena that was open until 7. It was right around 6 o'clock at this time. And they do the send-off. They don't do the rapid. So they do the send-off. So we call them. They're like, well, you got to do some online filling out and all this kind of stuff. But once you do that, you can come up here. And if you get here tonight, then it'll go off tonight. And so Thursday will count. And then that'll probably get it back Saturday or Monday, either one. And so she does that, and then Friday was kind of rough, and then we get the call Saturday that she's negative for COVID. Yeah. So, I mean, we celebrated that. That was a small victory. It was like, okay, I mean, that's rare. And this was the official send-off, too. This was, again, not the rapid. We didn't even go rapid. I'm like, I'm not even going there.
Yeah.
Let's see what this is. And so it came back negative, but she still had something. So she was like, well, I don't know what the deal is. I just don't feel good. And so I did some calling around to some doctor friends, and they're like, well, it could be a walking pneumonia kind of thing, or just there's this weird viral deal that I know your son-in-law had.
Went through
Riley.
the same thing. I had to sit out and wait and see, and he got negative the same way, and he ran fever for nearly 4 days.
Yeah. It's just it's just a fever, and you don't feel good, just a little bit of upper respiratory issue. And so she kind of still stayed isolated. It's taken me back to our early years of our relationship when I had to sleep on the couch a lot.
Oh, sure. We've all done that.
Yeah. But I've been on the couch, and hey, wow. When the
it's not as comfortable as the bed.
No, when the rest of the house doesn't stop, and you're out there in it now, it's like I'm in y'all's world.
I'm trying to go to sleep.
I'm trying to go to sleep, and y'all come alive. It's 10:30, 11, and JC's home from school now, and so they're going down. They're fixing them something to eat, and they're playing Xbox and hollering from room to room. No, don't do that. They're hollering at each other, and then they come bebopping down, and I didn't know you were down here, Dad. And
forgot.
Yeah, and so I'm out in it, and so that's been the case. I have not slept in my own bed with my wife since good night. Wednesday night?
Yeah.
So hey, that feels good. You just don't feel right. It's like something's weird. It's like something's on you, I don't know. But anyway, I am back today. Helmsy, though, is not. And
he's in the garage.
No, we've let a 4-hour fever take us down for 12 days.
Yeah. Kept you in the garage.
Anybody want to explain that to me?
Here's the funny one. Your daughter who had it is going back to school today.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you're still in the garage.
All my kids are going back to school. I'm here. Okay.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll break it all down.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back. It is 22 minutes now past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We have got Greg in studio, Adler in studio, Helmsy zooming in today. Rick and Bubba both in studio. They join us at the top of the hour. It is, day 8 now of the 12 working days of Christmas. It's flying by. Another great gift on the table today, plus that Pradco Moultrie Mobile package worth $160. It's got the Moultrie Mobile camera, the battery, SD card, and the camera tree mount all included there in that package, $160 value. All of that given away today and day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. And I know that you have a bone to pick, Helmsy, with one Greg Burgess, and he does this to a lot of us. Yeah, he really does, and not just with movies, but just with life in general. He kind of ruins certain things for me.
I like to use the word enlighten.
Right. It used to be that we would see something and we'd go, I want to believe that. That's amazing. And then now we look at it and go, that's not true. That's stupid.
I told you, it's not. I hate that I have the ability to sniff this stuff out because I don't get to enjoy anything.
Right. Well, you've done it again. This time to Helmsy.
You have, Greg.
I haven't even seen it, Helm, so I hadn't given you any particulars.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm not going to ruin it for anybody. It is a good. If you don't hang around Greg all the time, this is a fantastic movie, and that is the movie Safety, about the kid from Clemson back in 2006, and it's on the Disney Plus channel. So if you've got that app, you can stream it and watch it. It's up, it's available, and I watched it last night, and because I went in thinking, don't let Greg ruin this for you. And the first probably 15, 20 minutes, I started seeing things that were a little bit corny and a little bit, I know that's not true, or I know that didn't happen. I was trying to, and then I told myself, Helms, enjoy the movie. Man, this is a great story, and just take it for what it is, watch it, believe in it, and move on. And don't let Greg do this. And then I find myself getting wrapped up in it. And like the young old Helms that believes in everything is starting to fall for it. And I'm inspired.
There's nothing wrong. Just stay there.
I find myself tearful at times and emotional. And I'm like, hey, this is good stuff right here. And then towards the end, I made the mistake of picking up my phone and reading an article about. I will do that with.
Never research it.
Like I will always go and I want to know who that particular coach is. Is that supposed to be Dabo Sweeney when he's an assistant? Those kind of things. And so as I'm looking that up last night, and that was the particular thing I was looking up, because there's this assistant coach named Dale Simmons that I'm thinking this has got to be Dabo. And then he makes a reference in the movie about when he was in college, his mom lived with him and all this. So I was like, okay, well, this is Dabo. But that being said, there was an article there and it said, Disney has Disney-fied Safety. This is the next Rudy. And I thought, goodness gracious, here it is. Then I started reading all of the things and I thought, this is killing me. Can't do this. Then to make matters worse, once the movie's over, stay for the credits, because Oprah Winfrey did a special on this kid back in 2007, I guess it was 2008, 2009 on her show, where she brought in the real folks and they talked through this. And so then you realize why it really was Disney-fied.
Well,
so thank you, Greg.
Again,
you ruined it for me.
And you brought Rudy up as a prime example. Sports stories.
No, it is the comparison, because there's going to be things, Greg, that you're like, oh my God.
See, sports stories are the worst about adding corny stuff to them. Because let's just face it, we'll have a good story, but you got to make a movie and you got to make it entertaining. A lot of times, the story's entertaining, but it's not 2 hours worth entertaining. So you got to come up with stuff, to be sharp. You just got to look at it and go, okay, the only true part is this guy lived in a dorm room, nobody knew it. The rest of it, they made it up.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So, talking to the Irwin brother.
Wasn't that what it was? Did they live in a dorm room? I don't even know
the story goes, the mom has got drug issues. She ends up in rehab, and they don't really have any family or friends. It's got to be a family member to take care of him. And so the little boy, who is 10 or 11, and he takes him back to Clemson with him, and they hide him for a few weeks in the dorm. and then the coaches find out, the player, they're very upset because they can get in trouble and blah blah blah. And it's a great story, great ending, but there's just things that you're going to go, well, that didn't happen, that didn't happen, that didn't happen, that surely didn't happen. I wonder if that happened, and that's only because of you. I did not do this in movies prior to knowing you like I do now.
Well, I apologize. I do.
Let me ask you a question. Let's go back to Rudy real quick, okay? Now, when it comes,
don't even bring blindside up.
We've
don't even bring blindside up.
I know, but we've talked to the Irwin brothers, who you know they put movies out, and they've talked to us about how sometimes they have to make 2 or 3 characters into one person.
I get that.
So the baseline of the story is true, but you know, hey, we all put jerseys on the desk or this whatever.
Ridiculous.
Hey, we're going to kind of this is kind of a director's, I guess, point of view where we got to make a movie too, so we're just going to kind of play it up a little bit. That bothers you more? That does it help that the storyline though is pretty accurate? Just all the stuff that they're adding in.
They can go too far. I mean, like bottom line is this: and Rudy, his buddy or not buddy, the guy he worked for in the maintenance department and all that. I'm sure that guy was completely made up. He probably didn't even exist. But you know what I'm saying? Which I don't care. I'm just saying I know that going in.
Right.
So to your point, there's a the roommate that this guy has is nothing like the roommate he actually had.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is.
And I could go on and
Thanks,
on
Greg.
because I read that article. And I would have never even touched that article back in the day. I wouldn't even know that article existed.
And plus one of the I consider a well done movie. And we've talked about it on there. Don't start digging off into Remember the Titans either.
I know, Greg.
I mean,
well, and I want to ask Tommy Bowden and Dabo if they like the way they were portrayed in it, and they come off really good. Bowden seems more like a harder coach, a hard A. He seems more than I thought he would be. And I wonder if that's the way he actually is. I don't know. I've never been around him, never heard anybody say that.
Mm-hmm.
Dabo, the guy that plays him, acts about like you think Dabo would.
So you're sure this guy's supposed to be Dabo?
Well, he made a few comments that made me think that. I don't know.
Oh boy. Well, but you've done it again, Greg. I mean, I don't know. Do you? I know you.
I haven't said a word. I'm just trying to warn you. Not warn you. Just accept it if you want to enjoy the movie.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Welcome in. As we roll on back, 866 We Be Big is our number. If you've missed the first 30 minutes, you've missed a lot. Helmsy's still in his garage. A lot of folks think you might have just stayed there all weekend, but no, he hasn't. He's been able to move around. But he's got his little Christmas tree back there. Look at him. He is zooming in today. Only staff members still zooming in. Everybody else in studio today. It is day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas, and we welcome all of you in. Be listening for that chance to win another great prize from the 12 working days of Christmas and that Pradco Moultrie mobile package as well. The number 866 We Be Big. It is back and working. It was at the end of the weekend, and it's still rolling. Knock on wood. I'm doing that on my head now. So everything is set for another great week. Christmas getting a little bit closer. Now, a lot of your Christmas ornaments that you put outside or just your displays on the front porch or whatever could be out in your front yard if you live anywhere around where the show is broadcasted from, because there were some high winds last night. And as I was backing out, that's what I discovered. I had Terry's got two little Christmas trees that she puts in these little tall pots to where it looks like we got little Christmas trees there. Of course, they're out. They were rolling around in the front yard, and
Santa and his sleigh went flying by from your neighbor's decorations.
Oh yeah. Big news with the Cove. Talked to everybody last night.
You're the chairman now?
Looks like Santa's coming to visit the Cove Saturday night.
Oh boy.
Yep. It's a party. It looks like. I don't know. Just what I'm hearing. We've got all the little.
Picture,
we're gonna have the little candles, highlighted that are gonna run, along the curb there in the Cove, and then Santa's coming Saturday night. I'm just saying.
He likes those uppity neighborhoods.
Right.
That's what
Right. Now we got one thing, that might be competing. I know it's championship weekend, so a lot of the conference championship games are this past weekend.
Like it matters.
I know. Well, I mean,
really doesn't.
But
It especially doesn't after Shoegate.
Yeah,
I know
it doesn't. It just
everybody thought there may be a good game between Florida and Alabama. Well, I know you can't go by points and all that, but wow.
Yeah, I know. And so
we'll
how
have bad one beat one team and how bad another one beat. A lot of times doesn't matter, but it does make you go, wow. So Florida, you may get hammered.
Yeah, and I know what you're saying about football, but I'm gonna see if I can help you here. All right, it's the same thing with Christmas. You know what? It's not what it is either. I mean, it doesn't even feel like it. I think we've bought two gifts. Right. Okay, we got. By the way, we got a lot of work to do. Nothing feels like it normally does. No. So you just have to look at it like, there's college football. It is what it is. It's kind of what we got. I know it don't feel the same, but it just is. Yeah, it just is. So we go with what we got and try to make the best of it. And it looks like. There's a lot of championship games this weekend. Some, that folks will pay attention to, and some be like, congratulations, by the way, to UAB.
That's what I was about to say. I saw where the Blazers put together a team missing about 20-something players and went and won the game, and now they're in the championship game.
Yeah, they
Friday night.
They play Marshall Friday night on the CBS Sports Network. And so that'll be kind of hey, wow, Bill Clark. He'll make the most out of it, won't he?
I'm telling you, because they haven't played since Halloween.
Yeah.
How about that? And they were missing a ton of players.
Right. So help me on the Big Ten, because I'm out of the loop a little bit. So it's Ohio State, and is it Northwestern? Is that who's going? Right. And what about the Big 12?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Okay. Because
I am so not.
Yeah, that one I'm out of the loop a little bit on. I guess we need to look into that. But I do know with the SEC, it's Florida and Alabama, and then the ACC, it's Clemson and Notre Dame. Correct? Do I have that right?
Yeah.
It's the rematch.
That is true.
So now Texas A&M is sitting there, and they're not going to make the championship game. But with Shoegate that we saw the other night, if Florida beats Alabama with 2 losses, do they get in, or does Texas A&M sitting there get in? Because everybody's saying Texas A&M is just sitting there waiting. Like if Clemson absolutely destroys Notre Dame, I'm talking about beats the mess out of them. Now that everybody's back and they got a full crew playing Notre Dame. I'm not saying that they are, but I'm just saying if let's say they destroy them, everybody's like, well, Notre Dame's probably out, and then there's Texas A&M at 5 just sitting there waiting. Do they get in?
I don't know.
I think the playoff is currently set. I think the 4 teams that are there now is who's going to be there. Win or loss on Notre Dame Clemson. I think Clemson wins that game. And no matter the score, I think they both make it. Ohio State makes it, and Alabama makes it.
I guess Northwestern could spoil the party, right?
They could. That's a very good point. They could. I don't think they will, but that is something.
I think they're.
And I've heard y'all's commentary on this. Y'all don't care if, and I saw where Dan Mullen, he had a comment. Of course, he talked about the shoe and how unfortunate that was. And if you don't know about that, we'll discuss the shoe throwing. But he said, I guess you get promoted and you get rewarded for not playing. He was basically shot to Ohio State. Like, so I guess if your games get canceled, but yet you're undefeated, and I'm not saying that Ohio State's not good, but you do have to look and scratch your head and go, there's teams that's played 4 more games than them. And what are they going to do?
And he makes a great point, but I think the timing of him saying it when he just got beat by a team that he shouldn't even been on the field with.
Right.
If you go by what they've done up to this point, maybe wait later to make that statement because you look like you were just kind of sour because you got beat by a team you were heavily favored to beat.
Right. So I went over from the Mississippi State Auburn game could not have been a worse game. Okay,
that was terrible.
It was a terrible game, and I couldn't even watch it. Being a Mississippi State fan, I just couldn't even watch it.
But I was flipping back.
Well,
how about the field view you had to get of the Florida game?
I know
because of the fog.
Yeah, and so
it was like you're in the huddle.
So I go over and I'm like, okay, it's down to the last 6 minutes of this game for Florida and LSU. I'm flipping over and watching it, and I mean you could hear crickets in the Auburn Mississippi State game. Okay. It was just wow, and so
no matter what,
the game was bad, and then the announcing, when they still are zooming in from their house, and Cole Kubelik is there, but it's just I don't know, but
I'm with you, Speedy. The whole thing, that whole presentation was weird.
It felt weird. Yeah, it felt. Like you say, it was just.
Hey, y'all go. Cole Kubelik's there. Y'all go with him. Y'all go with him and broadcast from the game. Okay, let's try that.
Yeah.
And so, but anyway, so I went over to the Florida game and just in time to see the shoe throwing. So Florida has basically stopped LSU, and it's hey, that's it. And then
plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah.
And
then one of the Florida players grabs the shoe that has come off of the person he tackled for LSU and just slings it.
Throws it about 15 yards or so.
Which brings out all the flags, all the penalties, and so now they continue having the ball, and the rest is history. Now I give it to LSU. They did kick a 57-yard field goal in the fog. Yeah. I don't even know if could he see the uprights, or did he just kick it in that direction?
He hammered it too.
He did.
I mean,
and Florida still had a chance. They still came back and missed a field goal at the end.
Yeah.
So Florida gets its second loss. LSU beats them. Wow, we were talking about COVID-19 and do coaches get breaks? They don't. Kevin Sumlin out at Arizona, Lovey out at Illinois, and Gus Malzahn out at Auburn.
Now that was surprising.
I would be lying if I didn't say I wasn't surprised when I heard that. I was very surprised that Auburn made that move. Yeah. I was. I mean,
especially at that point.
Well, the money alone that's got to happen with the buyout, it was the surprising part to me. I mean, you can't make a splash if you have a $21 million buyout, and it could be up to 30 with all the assistant coaches if they don't land anywhere. Hey, back to the playoff. I want to ask y'all a question. Okay. Alabama's in, Ohio State's in. If Notre Dame beats Clemson the second time, do you go with Texas A&M or Cincinnati that's 8-0?
Yeah.
But probably Texas. I don't, boy.
It hurt. Please look.
I know. We're showing Gus Malzahn dancing in the
locker
room.
Had no idea that was his last name.
No. By the way,
at least he went out with the dance.
Love Gus as a man, but you just beat a team that won 2 games all year, and you're dancing.
Yeah.
No wonder that.
Was that a celebration that the season's over and we played our 10 games? Or
maybe so.
Because I'm like you. I mean, good job, man. We got it done, but I don't know if I'm dancing over it.
Right. Exactly. Hey, proud of y'all. Y'all fought hard. Way to end the season on a W and move on. I don't know that we're breaking it down.
It looked like a coach that had a great relationship with his players, and he's just in there having fun. Now, I might have said, guys, no video. I'm just can I get in here and have fun with y'all a little bit, and celebrate? I know we beat a team we should have, but I don't know. Just the timing of it, and then the news that came down. It's not a good scene for him. But what do you do? I mean, you hear a lot of the players, and this is where you got players and fans. I saw a lot of players defending him about the relationship he had with them, and then the fans going, "But yeah, we're not saying he wasn't a good man. It's just we need to make a move here." But I don't know.
We'll see.
We will see for sure. But to your question, I probably Texas A&M, Helms, and I know it's going to make all the Cincinnati fans mad at me. But
I think
I don't know.
We fall to Greg's point. We fall into this.
I don't know.
We fall into this point of, do we want to see the best teams, which we all do, but we don't want to see rematches either.
Right.
And so I don't really want to watch Alabama and Texas A&M again.
Right.
At the same time, I do think they're better than Cincinnati.
Yeah. And Cincinnati's probably sitting there going, well, how do you know that?
I know. This is the year. Throw one of them in there.
Why not? It's 2020. Let's see.
Throw one in there. See what they do.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. It is the kickoff hour on day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We got 9 minutes until top of the hour, and we are live. Day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Another great gift on the list here that's going to be selected and given away today, along with the Moultrie Mobile package. I'll be standing by for that. This portion of the show brought to you by Ancestry.com/Bubba. You know, this holiday season, it just feels different because it's 2020, right? And a lot of you find yourself just sitting at home, just kind of hanging out. Why don't you give the gift of Ancestry.com/Bubba? Because in conjunction with our syndication team at SSI, we're happy to have Ancestry.com/Bubba aligned with our program, and we encourage you to learn about yourself and your family with them. This holiday season will undoubtedly be a little different, and we might not physically be able to all get together, but give the gift of Ancestry.com/Bubba for yourself or your loved ones, and maybe have some family activity where you sit down on the computer and look up your family history. The holiday season going on right now makes the perfect time to treat yourself or someone with Ancestry.com/Bubba. They have helped billions of records and millions of family trees that you can discover, and they have helped a lot of folks understand where their history in the family, where it came from, and a little bit more about themselves. So check it out. Go to Ancestry.com/Bubba. Get the gift of Ancestry today, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button, and that's always an easy find for you. So a couple of stories that are out there that we just need to kind of skim by. We've got, of course, lots of sports. I mean, good night, the sports. But did y'all see where this man was taken into custody after he climbed onto the wing of an airplane right before takeoff?
I got to watching that last night on the news.
Yeah.
And you see him when he took his socks and shoes off and was trying to climb up. I don't know what he was doing.
I don't either. But it was a flight from Las Vegas to Portland that was preparing to take off when the pilot noticed a person coming toward the aircraft and notified the control tower, Alaskan Airlines said in a statement. Then the police there at the airport, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and airport officials took the man into custody. But the man had hopped a fence, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
This which could scare everybody. He hopped a fence, then made his way to the plane, then hopped on the wing of a plane.
And for some reason, took his socks and shoes off and was trying to climb up the tip of the wing that goes up in that straight up.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled his socks and shoes off.
And then now,
I guess he felt he could get a better grip, maybe.
And what do you call that little part that he's climbing up on?
I know.
It's like and y'all forgive me here, guys.
You got to the end of a wing and then you go straight up.
Yes, then like you bend it up. You know, I don't know, but he's trying to climb it like a tree. And
what's your end game if you're this guy?
Yeah, what does he think he's doing?
Right.
I mean,
yeah. I don't
like
I don't
if he gets up on that, what is he going to jump up? Well, he just fell off.
Yeah, and he hurt himself too.
Didn't see that part till just now.
He fell
those
off.
Those wings are on up there.
Yeah,
guys, I missed the falling off part. I didn't see it.
And he hit his head on the concrete there.
You know what?
At the runway. What if you're the police officers that look like the deputies or something that's now having to inch your way on the wing to him? Who do you say? No, you go first. No,
yeah,
man, I'll be right behind you.
Yeah,
no, you go. No, I'm going.
What if you're on the plane fixing to take off and you look and there's some idiot on the wing?
You know what it is? Time. You're like, gosh almighty,
I got to deal with this,
right? Because
they had to come inspect the wing.
Yeah, they had to go. They had to go
nothing up.
Right, the plane returned to the gate for a full inspection. To your point. And so it just put everybody behind. But I don't know what this guy's end game is, Helmsy. I don't think that, and I don't know because it doesn't say. He probably ain't thinking right, or he's just,
or he's got a little.
He's already
under the influence of something. Yeah. There he goes.
There he goes. Boom. And he hit hard too.
Well, that pretty much ended it.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Boy, he hit hard. Did you see how hard that head hit? Huh?
He slammed.
Good night alive.
Speaking of that, did you see the basketball player that passed out?
I did.
Man, he fell, just never broke his fall at all. Just
now,
bam.
I love how the headlines, because it's clickbait, basketball player collapses or whatever, who had COVID over the summer or something. Are they trying to relate? Are they trying to pull all that together?
Well, they don't know, but that he did have it. And
right.
Y'all know how you are. They're already assuming that was why. Because
but he had it this past
they
summer.
check them out for cardiac problems.
Right.
After. But I don't know. But yeah, they are mentioning that.
Yeah.
You're right.
But it was this past summer. I don't know. But yeah, it was scary. is what it is.
Look, he was playing well. They showed the highlights. He took a big alley-oop and slammed it, and then he come walking on the court. I mean, when he was completely out because he did not break his fall at all. Just smashed right into the floor.
That's sad. I saw that. There was some other stuff that was out there this past weekend. I saw where this cathedral in New York City where the shooting took place.
He basically, he was like shooting up in the air, and then the police took him out. And he was screaming for them to shoot him or something weird.
Right. And then they go off and they find like some gasoline, a couple of knives and stuff that was stored off to the side that they think might have been his. That was very bizarre. And then all this clashing in Washington, D.C. between, I guess, people were going and marching, and then we had different representations of different organizations clashed.
Oh yeah, big fight.
And I heard that we had stabbings, and it was a mess
there
too.
Brawl.
I kind of pushed away from a lot of the news, but I kept getting notification that it was just absolutely out of control, just pure chaos.
Ever since the election and all that up to it and all this, I've just been kind of burnt out on it. I hadn't really kept up with what's going on at all.
Yeah,
I'm too busy watching this guy on this wing of the airplane.
Right, exactly.
I thought that was kind of cool.
So, Helmsy, is this going to be till 2021? You in the garage? You think?
I don't know. It looks like it.
Well, you got a Christmas tree up, so you ought to be getting ready for the holiday season. Looks like.
Yeah. Well, that's your permanent look. That's when you know I'm in business.
Nothing says Christmas like a Christmas tree and a bullhorn.
Right.
That's it. No, it'll be strange today that I'm out running carpool and the kids are back at school. I got to go to the big hardware store at some point today. It'll be strange that I'm doing all that, but I'm not there with y'all. But you know what? Hopefully, unless something happens between now and Wednesday, I'll see y'all. I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
So unless I hear otherwise.
I see that you got your little beard going there. Is this your mountain man look because you feel like you're kind of isolated and away from everybody?
Well, I started to shave it, and yesterday Mama said she liked it.
Oh,
so
if Mama liked it, then keep it.
Yeah, I thought, you know what, I'm gonna keep it. It's not bothering me as much as it usually does.
Yeah.
Usually by the time it gets to this point, I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. It's kind of
like an itching. Yeah. It's got to get past that itchy stage, and once that happens, then you're rolling.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm past that stage.
Okay.
I don't know.
Wow.
So I'm just gonna keep rolling with it.
Sit in the garage.
Yeah, sit in the garage with a beard.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
Beard.
Yeah, not beer, Greg. Beard.
Yeah. Garage, beer, beard.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret. Revving up my Chevrolet to go honky-tonkin' on Christmas Day. Get a move on, come with me, at the roadhouse on the old highway. All the fiddlers are gonna play. It's a honky-tonk holiday. Gonna have some wine and a real fine time at my favorite watering hole. It's a wonderland with my favorite cowhand when he smooches me under the mistletoe. Hurry, Santa, don't delay. You can double park your sleigh at the roadhouse on the old highway. It's a honky-tonk holiday. We're gonna down a beer and some Christmas cheer at the Santa Fe Saloon. We'll whoop it up right this not so silent night. Baby, belt out a Christmas tune. We'll be feeling bright and gay, misbehaving on Christmas Day, getting married the country way. It's a honky-tonk, honky-tonk holiday. It's a honky-tonk holiday.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being with us. Day number 8 on the 12 working days of Christmas happening today. We start this hour with the national anthem. the Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. The last week of the Rick and Bubba calendar year is today. The last 5 shows of 2020. As far as the gang all being here, it'll be best of shows and replays as Bubba and I will be going on our normal end of the year vacation. So Friday is the big year ender. Nothing is the same with 2020. We've had nothing but changes and chaos and uncertainty. And it looks like that's going to continue today because Adler says there's a worldwide problem with YouTube. So if you normally watch this show on YouTube, you've probably scattered to an affiliate if you have it, to the TuneIn app if you don't have an affiliate. And if it's podcast archive, you don't know what I'm saying yet, unless you're hearing it now, which means it was live and you heard it later. So try to figure all that out. And then you got your iHeart options, and that's in that streaming world again. So if you're normally a tuber and you have found another way to get the show because YouTube won't come up at your location, Adler says he's being told there's a worldwide problem with YouTube, the brand, and their whatever they provide it with. So we'll work through that best we can. Hello, 2020. She just keeps on giving. Let's look over there. There he sits, the other half of the 2 sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Rick Burgess.
Yo, Merry Christmas. Away in the manger. Bubba, Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you and everyone listening this morning. I don't know if anybody's viewing or not. As you said, we understand that Google has worldwide problems today, and a lot of their products are struggling. So
they like Pitbull.
What? Oh, watch out! He's got a toothpick in.
It's early for that.
He's got a toothpick.
It's early for that.
All right, one in since 5.
All right, if you look at 2020, here's the headline that Adler is showing us on the closed circuit feed inside here. Gmail, YouTube, Google Docs, and other services go down all at the same time in multiple countries.
So we don't know if it's a technical issue. They've been hacked. I don't know. Stacey Abrams has tapped into it. I don't know. Who knows? So,
probably.
I don't know. I don't know if y'all seen those numbers for the Georgia Senate runoff. I just want to share these with you. I'm not even going to do the story. Okay. 1.2 million absentee ballot requests. 85,000 of those did not vote the first time.
85,000.
There's 85,000 new ballot requests for the runoff.
How about that? That looks good.
That's nice, isn't it?
That looks good right there.
You take that and what you print up and bring in, you throw the election.
Hey, look, that'll make you throw a shoe and cost you season.
You darn out throw it about 15 yards.
Is that not one of the most bizarro things you have seen in a long time?
First of all, it's so foggy, I couldn't see the shoe.
Yeah,
right.
I didn't know he threw it.
Tell me you've watched that video I sent you. of the Florida fan out sitting out in his car after
No, I haven't.
Greg,
I'm sorry.
I said that to Team Rick and Bubba.
I must have missed it.
Listen, you take the time. Just take the time. Now look, this guy cares way too much. I'm talking about, and he even tells you he don't even hold back how much it means to him.
Boy, I bet he was just.
One time he even says, and I know some of you out there say, "What about your kids?" Well, like he's supposed to. Yeah,
I'm watching it in the break.
I'm gonna.
We didn't lost the season over a shoot.
Rick, I'm gonna go this far. I think the College Football Hall of Fame needs to get that shoe right now and be ready to put it on display because that's gonna be one of those folklore stories that you cannot believe that him throwing that shoe and getting a penalty could have cost Florida a national championship. Yeah. Definitely a chance to play.
It hurt.
Yeah, let me just tell everybody in football world. Okay, I don't know about away from there, but inside the SEC, as everybody is in chaos, Alabama just gets further and further away from everybody else in the conference. It's like there's Alabama, and the drop now to the second team is a chasm.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's an elevator shaft.
Hey, they're so far ahead of everybody else. So y'all think Florida's team's going to go in there and beat Alabama? Y'all kidding me?
Careful here. Yeah, even if I know you can't do this score compared to who played who, but Bama, what they did to LSU, and the fact that LSU was even in the game with Florida tells me Florida has no chance.
Well, don't forget.
Look, I may be wrong.
Arkansas's getting better. Hey, man, that Kentucky team, they're dangerous. Alabama, mash, and just takes both of them and just beats the crap out of them. And you're just like, okay, well, maybe
on the road,
maybe our team's not as good as Alabama.
On the road. On the road, at home, it doesn't matter.
You got so many weapons.
Y'all could tell Alabama to play right outside this window right here, and we got a team waiting on them. They say, well, whoever it is.
When it was 3-3 early, everybody's like, hey, it's 3, and all of a sudden Devontae Smith takes one to the house.
I think that I really honestly believe that Alabama could beat the Jets. I'm not saying one of the top NFL teams, but one of them really bad.
0-13.
Hey, one of them really bad ones. Maybe the Eagles.
The Eagles got a fresh look, Rick. Hey, Jalen Hurts has got them fired up.
Yeah. The S's over here, they just lay around.
They're either there, they're added, they're deleted. It's amazing.
Them in the woods, people got to get together.
Look, it's time for Carson Wentz to go anyway. The worst thing that ever happened in Carson Wentz's career is he gets hurt and they win the Super Bowl anyway.
I know. Yeah. I know.
You can never overcome that.
Well, Rick, I don't think he's finished a year, has he? He's always
he finished enough to get a big old contract.
Yeah, he did.
But they gonna have to pay.
Somebody said he and Gus Malzahn are going to the lake.
might do it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane, won't you sing this happy song? Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane, everybody sing along. It's just one of those things you can't explain. So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the Candy Cane Lane. There is a place that always casts a Yuletide spell. Each time you sing of it, it rings that jingle bell. It puts you in that Christmas spirit, all green and red. Every time you hear this song, you just can't get it out of your head.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane,
Won't you sing this happy song?
candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane.
Everybody sing along. It's just one of those things you can't explain. So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the Candy Cane Lane. Just let that magic rhythm carry you away. You'll ride that moonbeam all the way to Christmas Day. You'll sing those old familiar carols we've all sung before. And suddenly this melody comes knocking at your door.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane. Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane. It's just one of those things you can't explain. So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the candy cane lane. About the place they call the candy cane lane. About the place they call the candy cane lane.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, how lovely are your branches. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, how lovely are your branches. Not only green in summer's heat, but also winter snow and sleet. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, how lovely are your branches. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, how happy you have made me. Oh, Christmas tree.
All right, so 21 minutes past the hour. So I was telling y'all about the Florida LSU game this past weekend. So I didn't stay with it, so I didn't know what had happened, and went on to bed, and then woke up to discover that that Florida had lost, and it tied into a call that involving a third down stop by Florida, where, according to this fan that I've been laughing at all weekend.
Wait a minute, I get why you were asleep. You must have been watching Auburn, Mississippi State. Yeah, that's what it was.
No,
that would put you to sleep.
I didn't watch it because I care about the sport of football, and I don't like to see something be treated that way. So it was like I can't.
Rick, I'm like you.
I had to go watch a game that had something.
I was bouncing around watching Florida LSU, and I went to sleep. And because the Auburn game was Mississippi State, it was just.
It was even the score was close. It didn't matter.
It sucked the energy out of you.
It did. It's just a bad game.
You know what it'll do? It's one of those games that'll break you from liking football if you like it too much.
Yeah, I know.
So
it's like when somebody gets a bad experience with alcohol or drugs, they're like, "Well, that's it."
Rick, I woke up. I woke up the next morning and I looked at my phone, and they were saying a shoe causes
I saw it.
Florida to lose the game, and I thought, you have to kind of process that.
Right, so
we were watching the game from behind the line of scrimmage because that's the only shot you can see.
Because of the fog.
Yeah.
So who's showing this?
Adler's just showing it.
By the way, we find out some of y'all can get YouTube today, but to me to try to discern who can and who can't is so confusing.
Right.
So those of you that do have it. So, all right, so I want somebody, and I should have said this in the break, the funny, because we always love this, and it's that guy we know that's from Birmingham that actually will
White hat,
and when he gets up and
do we have the call?
JC always says he's called my youth games before,
right? Yeah, and I've dealt with him.
So he'll call any game, any level,
any
sport.
He's called a game when I was coaching the league football.
He comes out of the gym and goes and calls a game.
Yeah, he does.
That's fun.
And of course, he'll let me know when he's had enough of me. But he's real straightforward about it. Really runs a tight game.
Yeah,
and he's no nonsense. But anyway, if we can find it, they have the call of him coming out there, and he does almost a thing like giving the business where he says he threw the cleat 40 yards. And
probably the first. We were talking. If he grabs the cleat and just spikes it, he's okay. Y'all think he's okay? The fact it went 20 yards.
Probably, maybe. Well, White Hat. It seems to White Hat that the distance bothered him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think if he has the shoe and he just spikes it on the ground and walks off,
because
he gets away with it.
Because he actually said how far it went.
Yeah, it bothered him.
Yeah. Can we get the call? Can we find that footage?
Yeah, we're trying to work around YouTube.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Okay.
Yeah, good.
All right, so let's see. Let me look here. Which one is he on now?
Skype
out. All right, here we go. Listen.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 11 of the defense, throwing the LSU player's shoe 20 yards down the field.
20 yards down the field. 20 yards down the field.
No, but this is what's funny. 11's going, I didn't do it because he didn't. It was number 3.
Oh, they had the wrong. They went on the wrong guy.
For that 15 yards, they got a first down, kept the drive.
Sure. Yeah. And then kick a 57 yard field
and
goal.
in
the fog.
And then, even with all that, Florida has a 51-yard attempt, and it goes wide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not by far.
Not by far.
No, just
close.
And this guy, of course, with YouTube having its problems today, but this fan that is beside himself, and I like when he admits that he cares too much.
Yeah,
I mean he's admitting that.
He understands he's got it out of whack.
I don't know how long is it? It's about 3 minutes. So
well, you can come out of
you
can come out of it whenever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to hear. I love being disgusted.
I'm sitting in a parked car with the car off with my seatbelt on.
He's in the dark.
I'm a Gator fan. I have an unhealthy love for the Florida Gators. When we lose,
honesty,
I lose weight instantly. I relapse. My brain forgets stuff. I get depressed. I get stressed. I feel like the world is in. I can't breathe. I've been through a lot of seasons. I sat through the 4-7 season. I sat through Muschamp. I sat through McElwain, Post, Will, our quarterback. And we were finally back, and I have faith in the Florida Gators, and I invest a lot in the Florida Gators emotionally, mentally. I buy their clothes. I support them with all my heart and soul. They always say we lose as a team. We lose as a team. Things happen. No. We had a senior cornerback pick up a cleat with 2 minutes to go after stopping them on 3rd down, and he threw a cleat 20 yards. I don't understand. Nobody can make me understand why he did that. Nobody can make me logically understand how a true freshman quarterback, a depleted LSU team, they were 3-5. They came into Gainesville and they beat us on senior night with one of the best offenses in Florida history. We had one of the best offenses in Florida history. We have probably the greatest Gator quarterback, passing quarterback our team has ever seen. We have offensive weapons everywhere, and that man picked up a shoe and threw it. He picked up a shoe and threw it. For what? That didn't do that. I don't know where to go from here. And I know people will be like, but they're just kids. It's just a game. This is all I got. This is all I got. This is all I got. This is the only thing that's been good to me. This is all I got. Where do I go from? I have nothing else. But Josh, your kids love it. It's okay. I know that, but I have nothing else. This is it.
That's good.
I'm empty. I don't want to eat nothing. I don't want to feel. I would cry, but I can't cry. I don't know how to feel tomorrow. I'm not going to look at no sports show. I ain't going to look at no ESPN. I ain't going to look at no article. I ain't going to read nothing. It's just, nothing. I may not never change again in my life. Next time y'all see me, I'm going to be in the same shit. Wow. We lost to an LSU team that we were supposed to beat by 23 points. We lost by 3.
That's good. You can't.
If you want to know how sad fandom is, that's it. How about he said, I have nothing else?
Nothing. I have nothing.
Josh, what about your kids? Well, I mean.
How about you said, I can't feel.
I can't feel.
I can't feel anything.
And they always list what they've been through. I went through the 4-7.
Yeah.
I went through Muschamp. I went through McElwain.
Good.
Oh,
so,
boy.
There he is.
There he is.
How about he opened up? I'm sitting in my car with in the dark with my seatbelt on.
Yeah, with my seatbelt.
Football's a cruel game.
Yes, it is.
It is. It's a good game, but it's a lousy God, isn't it? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How happy you have made
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past
on
the
the
hour of the
Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. SimplySafeBubba.com has been with the Rick and Bubba Show for years now. We even gave away a Simply Safe system in the 12 working days of Christmas. Gift number 8 is coming your way today. But you can get you a Simply Safe system by going to SimplySafeBubba.com. If your home or small business needs a little more security, you don't really feel like it's secure. Well, a Simply Safe system will do an incredible job. You'll install that yourself. It takes about a half hour to 45 minutes. And then you'll be start being monitored immediately, 24/7 for about $15 a month. You're not in any kind of contract. There's no hidden fees. No, where did this come from? What does this fee mean? That's not there. No one's having to come to your home or your business to install it. You're installing it yourself. You can get a free security camera right now, and we also are going to give you 40% off. How about 40% off and a free home security camera if you use our URL, simplysafebubba.com. So you get a security camera that you don't pay for, we'll throw in with your system, and we'll get it to you right now at 40% off, and we'll get you a 60-day risk-free trial, so there's nothing for you to lose. Go right now, simplysafebubba.com for your free security camera today and 40% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that right there under the sponsors. All right, so things out there that are also going on today. I will tell you this. Have you ever had an estate sale in your neighborhood?
Yes, I have seen them.
Well, that draws a crowd.
Yes.
Yeah, boy,
yes,
does it.
A lot of people love estate sales.
Guys,
and people are even having estate sales before they die now.
Well, I think that's what I saw, but I hope. So I walk out to go to the mailbox on Saturday, and as I'm going out to the mailbox, I notice that there's people like parked in front of the house. And I haven't looked down the street yet, so I don't know what's going on. I think, well, maybe there's a party going on, a Christmas party or something across the street, and I don't see anything going over there.
Did you call the police?
No, I didn't. So all of a sudden, I turn to my right to look down my street. And there are these orange sticks sticking up stuck in the ground on my side of the road as far as you can see. And just all kinds of no parking signs, don't park here, that people are putting out. Or it looked like that maybe the estate people provide. They looked like it was pretty good signage. Mm-hmm. Now I saw later in the weekend people came up with their own signs saying we didn't get included in that, but we'd like to be.
Yeah.
And people were mobbing this house that was having an estate sale.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, hey, people, is that another level beyond garage sale?
Yeah.
Definitely.
We have someone that's close to the show that did that. They were going to move to the lake, and they said, hey, we just need everything gone. They opened the doors and said, everything's for sale in here.
Well, I
sold the whole house.
I could not believe
a lot of downsizing. Folks.
I couldn't believe the sheer volume of it. Of how many people? I mean, like you couldn't get two cars down the street facing each other. I mean, it was like coming on it went like dirt road down at down at we go down to Camp House. We hit that dirt road. Well, two people can't. Somebody's got to say, come on through. Yeah. And so.
Well, estate sale, you're going to get a more high. The garage sale, you're just putting stuff out. You're either going to throw away, or somebody will give you a quarter for it.
Yeah.
Estate sale. Now there's some serious bidding going on.
Yeah.
Over some really nice stuff.
Oh, hey, it stirred.
My brother-in-law goes to them all the time.
Well, he may have been at this
because I think the estate sales have larger things.
Yeah.
Terry drugged me to one time.
Suits
yeah. It's not just hey, I got.
You might get a car out there, tractor. Or something.
No, I think you get down. I think you get down to it. I mean, people who want, especially if they want to downsize, I think you get down to the point that you say, I've got a handful of stuff I want. I just don't want the rest of this.
Yeah.
So here we go. Y'all come get it. And now my moving truck's going to be a lot smaller, and this is all the stuff I'm taking with me.
Yeah.
I talked to somebody that said, hey, the only thing I want is the bedroom suite. I would just open the door and everybody can buy everything else you want. So I guess if you're out there looking for that, of course, I think to myself, if you're at an estate sale, there has to be those people that are just they're caught up in it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's those people in life, and I'm not saying you're one of them, Speedy, because you're really not. Yours is a different deal. They'll buy something if it's a deal, even if they don't need it.
Yeah.
Y'all know those people.
I do.
These are the people that the Costco's and Sam's Club prey on.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know why I need 2,000 pretzels, but wow, what a deal!
Yeah. It's gonna take me forever. They're gonna go bad before I eat them.
Yeah. Right. I have 2,000 bags of pretzels, but you wouldn't believe what I paid per bag. Yeah, but you're probably why would you want that?
Yeah.
So there's some of those people that probably need to have an estate sale themselves, and all they've done is bought somebody else's stuff, and now they've stacked it on top of the too much stuff they already have.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you're a person like a young couple or something looking for something for your house, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
And Greg, I know what you're thinking, and I'll go ahead and tell you this. This is a relatively new house, so the Hank factor, I think, is way down.
That helps.
It was a modern house.
Yeah, you might could buy a mirror out of there. But you better not buy a mirror at one of these old houses.
Do not go to a estate sale when them big old ones that set way off the road.
It's kind of got like black around the edges where it's kind of rubbed off.
Oh yeah.
So the one
Lost
we went,
some of the reflecting.
the one we went to, from mirrors to bed frames to entertainment systems, they all had like little sticky notes on them, and it had a price. Like this is how much this is. Or some had sticky notes and it was best offer. And you just walk to the house and you're like, so I'm in somebody's bedroom here.
Yeah.
What about this?
Yeah, and you just walk out with it. But Greg, let me ask you guys something. When it comes to the Hank factor and it comes to estate sales, what is your timeline? Where do you draw the line? You go to a house from the 70s? Now, Civil War's out. Civil War's out.
Oh, Rick, if you even drive by a Civil War cemetery on the way.
No. If your house was built
70s, I think 70s is a good.
You get a little shaky on the 60s.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right. I was thinking that too. I think I draw the line at 1970.
And I'm gonna probably say late 70s.
Really?
Yeah.
I might go
mid to late.
I'm going to say 1981.
I'll buy some bicentennial stuff from 76.
Will you?
There you are in the 80s again, Bubba.
Because why not? Because the Hank
anything
factor
in the 80s was still good. Yeah. I mean, it had a special glow. Yeah. It had the reverse Hank on it, Rick. What a good old day.
What if there was a death in the house?
Oh, what are you doing? Why are you saying this?
I'm just saying estate sales weird me out a little bit.
Rick,
they do. Right.
Rick, don't ask, don't tell.
Okay.
I won't go near one of them 100-year-old ones.
No.
Basically, we're all antique people, and we're looking for these.
Aunt
June's house.
And see, if one Terry Wilburn sees an antique store, she's stopping.
I
know.
You're shaking hands with danger.
And she's pulled the boss in with her.
Yeah.
He'll stop with her too. Reese, she'll be like, "Hey, you want to go see antique?" She bought an American flag from an antique store. She did.
How about
antique flag?
How about I had to draw a line? I had to draw a line. I'm not having a mirror in my house you can't see your reflection in.
Right.
It's gotten so old you can't even see your reflection in it.
No.
Bring that in.
It's got a lot of character.
It could be a doorway.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, and
mirrors, don't mess with mirrors.
Speaking of flags, Sherry has a reputation on our street, and she did it to people that we know. And so he is warning another neighbor. And I agree with Sherry on this. Now, I wouldn't go as far as she went. It really, really bothers Sherry when people do not take care of their flags. When they just leave them out in the weather 24/7 and they start looking real ratty, you know what I mean? And they're real ratty looking. Now, she's not one of these people that you got to have a light on it or you got to do this and follow all these rules. But she says, I just don't like to see an American flag. The colors fade. It's ripped. They're just leaving it out here, and they're not taking care of it. And this is the warning that has gone up and down the street. She actually changed out a flag at a neighbor of ours' house. She's had enough of it. He comes home and he's got a brand new flag out there, and he's like, "My gosh, Sherry just had enough."
Rick, I don't think you can do that.
I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, I think that's illegal.
Yeah, and so now there's some other friends of ours, and hey,
next she's messing with the mailbox.
There's some other friends of ours, and you know who you are. Now you're on our side of the road, and you got a ratty flag out there, and Sherry commented on it. Over the weekend, she goes, I look at that flag. That's just.
Well, did she replace the exact same flag?
Yeah, just one, just like
How
same size.
Did she have to go look to try to find the exact?
Oh
one?
yeah, she got out, saw what size it was, and replaced. He was thankful. He said, "You know what? That
does look better."
So he knows that she did it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. She didn't do it like and she said, "Well, I've just had enough of that," because Sherry loves America, which explains why she's having a tough time right now.
Yeah.
But she's got her eye on another one.
73 more million.
Yeah, because what she usually does, she'll comment out loud in the car 3 times. And then after that, all of a sudden you just look, there'll be a new flag.
Mom, why is Miss Sherry on our security
If you
camera?
don't mind mentioning to Sherry, my mailbox needs some touch-up.
Okay, well, she doesn't seem to be bothered by them.
Just a flag.
But if you got a ratty flag out there and you got it by the road where it's easy to access, she'll change it. Put you a new one in there. But I do. Does it bother y'all when people let them get ratty? Because now we've gone from being having patriotism to now like you didn't care.
Right.
I mean, when it gets real ratty, I mean, it just doesn't look good. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay.
Rick and Bubba Show, the last 5 days of the year, big year ender coming up on Friday. Everything looks a little different this year, and we'll work through it as best we can. Right now, everybody back from quarantine this round, except for Helmsley. He'll be back Wednesday, barring some sort of symptoms showing up or something like that. So it looks like we'll try to get to the big year ender with everybody back here as best we can. Day 8 on the 12 working days of Christmas happens today. We'll have meet back in play again for another week. So be paying attention for those things. They could happen at any time. And we're building on some news, as Bubba and I teased a little bit on Friday. That the big year ender, I mean, we're trying our best to give you something that you can cling to for 2020.
We're trying.
You know,
it's just been one big Debbie Downer. Let's face it.
So look for us to maybe have a little surprise on the big year ender.
Never know.
Yeah, it was. People have been trying to talk about "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." I don't know how that's going to all play out. I mean, there's just no telling.
Yeah, who knows? We just all hope we're here Friday.
Right, and
the way this has been,
and you don't know whether you will be.
Welcome back, Speedy.
Yeah, welcome back, Speedy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome back,
Speedy looks like his family is in that category, Greg. That your family got into is that it's almost like people have forgotten because of the pandemic that people do get sick of other things.
They do.
And I will say this:
how about
Speedy,
this real sick?
Speedy has, and of course he's healthy. It works out, you know. He has dodged more bullets than anybody I know this year. I mean, he's had it all around him buzzing, and he keeps coming back.
Yeah, well, that's that Speedy. That's that
Speedy magic.
That's that tiger blood.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's that or we just once something starts, it's like whoa. You get off of the other end of the house, you know. And Terry came home from work Thursday night, and she said, I just don't feel right. Something's up. And she said, I got a headache. Every symptom she had was like, oh, you've got COVID, you know. And so then,
you know why? Because if you look at the list of COVID, every symptom you could possibly have.
Right,
with all other things.
Yeah. And so then I'm like, well, now that I know that, I don't know what to do. You know, it's like, so we called around and we found a place in Helena where we live that stayed open till 7. It was right at 6. And so we call and they're like, yeah, you fill all this out online. You come, you text us when you're there, blah, blah, blah. But all we do is the send-off. We don't do the rapid. And I didn't want to do the rapid because I'm like, the rapid has messed everybody up as far as on what they think it might be. And then it comes back. And then it's this weird thing where if you test positive on the rapid, then you don't need the send-off. But if you test negative on the rapid, then you need the send-off. I don't get it. But anyway, we decided to go. And so she got tested. And she just, I don't know. I don't feel right. And so she went and got tested, and then Friday morning was kind of rough. I mean, her temperature went up to like 103, and it's like that's high for an adult. And so I'm testing her and all this kind of stuff, and every time I go anywhere close to her, I got a mask on and gloves, and we're thinking Saturday possibly we get the results back because they said if you can get in Thursday, we send off these things at the end of the day. So it's like Thursday counts. So Thursday, Friday, then Saturday would be day 3, and they said it might be Monday. I don't know. So we're sitting there. We're just waiting. We don't know. Does she have it? Does she not? And that's why I wasn't here Friday because I'm like, guys, I don't know what she has. And so it came back Saturday that she was negative of COVID. But you're still trying to figure out, to Greg's point, with his family.
Well, don't leave out this part because when we were watching the test, they did all the tests on her. She was negative for flu.
Yep.
She was negative for the
strep.
Mm-hmm. So now we all think, well, she absolutely has COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the negative test comes back for COVID, and then it's like you said, it's like Greg's son-in-law situation. It probably is walking pneumonia.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just one of these things where it's like a high fever and you feel bad.
Fever virus.
Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know.
It's almost like most of the people I know that's had COVID, their temperature didn't get that high. It's more of like a low temperature.
Yeah, we got it back down. We did the classic, like you did with your little kids, Advil, Tylenol, just to get it beat down, you know. And we were like, hey, just every now and then I would text her, hey, get up and walk around the room, because I hear about if you're laying down on all that in your lungs and everything. So she did that, and she has literally been in the bedroom since Thursday night.
Yeah,
and I've been on the couch. That's good.
Well, it's like
but what do you do?
It's like Bubba and I were trying to figure it out yesterday, and finally but we were trying to follow the protocol with COVID is hard enough.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I might as well be spinning the wheel of meat.
And then I sent him your situation. I said, "You got a protocol for that one?"
Yeah,
yeah. And of course we don't.
No, it is kind of funny though. Back to your point, and I was talking to the guys about this. We're so all COVID focused. It's like, oh, she didn't have COVID. Come on back. But there are other sicknesses out there, but it is kind of funny how we treat COVID differently than the flu or walking pneumonia or strep or whatever, just because that's how our mind is right now.
Well, yeah. Well, you've been. I mean, how would you not have that mindset?
Yeah, exactly with what's happening right now.
Well, plus with everything, the way it's being presented and treated.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there was a day on the show before pandemic. Our rule was if you have issues with your stomach, I'll leave it at that. Or you have a fever, don't come in.
Correct.
Well, I mean,
that's kind of where we are.
Yeah, you don't have a fever, you don't have issues with your stomach.
Knock on wood, nothing yet.
And the person in your house has gone through every test that we know and has got negative on all of them. So she's sick, but we don't know what she's sick of.
Not COVID.
But not COVID.
But not COVID, which was a celebration at the house because your mind already goes there. It's like, okay, let's see. We'll see by Christmas, will we be, your mind already goes to okay, 2 of the 3 boys have already had it. That's good. Of course, JC, I talked to him. He was at school. He was coming back. Hey, I don't want this thing again. And I was like, well, I know. Well, should I stay here? No, buddy, you're good. But then this scare, well, it's been 3 months. So everybody, there's how long since you had it, are you clear or you're not clear? So anyway, so we would open the door every now and then, just say hey to her, and then if I had to deliver food or whatever, I'd have masks. It got comical, but she went from hey, I think I'm better. Oh no, I'm not. To I'm sitting up now. Now I'm walking around. So every day's getting better. I don't know what she's got though, but it knocked her down pretty hard.
You should have seen it. I still can't figure out. Back on Helmsley's situation, this 7, 10, 14-day thing.
Yeah.
It is the most bizarro.
Confusing.
Because back when Tyler had it, I came back on day 10.
Yeah.
Because that's what they said at that time.
Well, what was the last we had from the CDC that we kind of understood?
If I don't know.
Was it was 10 days. Now, this is not if you've had it, if you've been exposed to it. 10 days if you've had a negative test. 14 days without a negative test. Right,
and then they dropped it to 10 and 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That was the last one I remember us reading on the air.
Oh no, we did.
Yeah.
Is 14 over?
I thought 14 went to 10 and 10 went to 7. I don't know.
Now, one time we had a 7, 10, and a 14 because I read them on the air. Yeah. But so
I don't remember what 7 was.
Has 14 vanished?
I don't know, Ray. I can't keep up with it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
Because it's tough because Caroline, his daughter that had it is going back today. She's cleared. She's going back today. But it's like if you didn't get it and you're a family member, what do you do?
Well, I will say this. I can speak to that a little bit because here's where I think they came up with 14, and which is where I'm landing on this to try to give Helmsley to Wednesday. If someone in your house has it, well, they may be 6 days into it before you ever get it.
Right, right.
And so when did your clock start?
Yeah.
Right.
And so
they're day
so
12
they
right
now.
Yeah. So we know how long Caroline's had it because she tested positive, even though she didn't. Praise the Lord, didn't have a hard time with it.
Yeah.
But if somebody has it in your house,
you might catch it on their day 9.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
When do you know when you have it?
Yeah, you need a 7 plus a 7.
That's where it gets complicated. Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day 8 in the 12 working days of Christmas. Gift number 8 might as well go to you. So you better stay with the show today, baby. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Helmsy is still via Zoom. He should join us if there's no issues by Wednesday. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey,
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you, and Merry Christmas.
King and Country.
Too late.
I love this cool version right here.
That's very good. Mm-hmm.
Catch this part right here, Greg. You love it.
When we
All right, so looking back over the weekend, college football, some coaches were let go.
The coaching carousel is now in full spin, Rick. Auburn releases Gus Malzahn. Arizona releases Kevin Sumlin. And Illinois releases Lovie Smith.
So that thing we thought that because it's COVID year, everybody get a pass.
That is incorrect.
It doesn't look like it.
No.
I'm usually, we are works based. You're merit based. People continue on. But even me, that has kind of a hard nosed look at that. You got to get the job done, or we're gonna have to get somebody else. COVID year, it's almost like everybody should have just said, let's just write that one.
Yeah, that's a mulligan year.
Yeah, right there. We see Gus Malzahn dancing. That dance is called the $21.5 million buyout dance.
Yes.
That's the
Or Rick, $11 million in 30 days.
Greg, picture this. Picture me. Hey, Coach Burgess. Hey, we want to call you and talk about the season and the program. We just think the program's healthy. Okay. What we'd like to do is to give you $11 million here in the next 30 days to go away, and we'll give you $2.5 million for the next 4 years. And I'd look at him and go, "Well, man, whatever y'all need to do."
Hey, I'm a team player.
Right.
Look, let me get my keys.
I'll be on Bubba's podcast.
You know what I would have said? You know what I would have said? The rut just started. Guess I don't have to recruit.
Yeah, good.
Well,
Saturday thing.
Yeah. I think when it comes to Gus, I think he's an outstanding man. I think he's a good football coach. But as you said, it's about execution. And, the Auburn faithful want to be playing for national championships. They want to be in the playoffs. They want to be playing for a conference championship. And the 4-loss season has just become too common.
All right. Is he dancing because he knows he's about to get paid $21.5 to go
No,
away?
I don't think he had any idea.
He didn't, because you saw his press conference after the game. He's talking about everybody that was coming back and how they felt, and finished the all-SEC season.
Oh, boy.
I'll tell you what he won't be on. That's Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
Then again, that's never stopped him before.
I'll tell you what, Alabama, who you see dancing right there? Your next senator.
There you go.
Okay.
I started to say, don't feel too bad for Gus. He very well could end up a U.S. senator.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Mm-hmm. So I think what really it got down to, you're 0-12 against LSU, Georgia, and Alabama on the road. You're 2-7 against those teams the last 3 years. Your bowl record is 2-5. I just don't think the Auburn faithful were happy with that.
Well, and you said it. I will say one thing that I think Alabama fans can be thankful for is that Saban said that Gus Malzahn played a role in him changing his approach to their offense.
Yeah, now listen, Gus has been an innovator.
He owned him for a while.
Yeah, he's been an innovator with the hurry up, no huddle, and the Wildcat, and a lot of the things he implemented even back to the Arkansas days. So he absolutely has been an outstanding coach. It's just, you get to that point where you're not achieving your goals year after year, and you have to say, hey, we need to make a change. And as you said for Gus, it's he had a great deal, and he is going to be in good shape.
Well, let me tell you, the sweetest moment for Malzahn is when he got that renegotiation. Boy, I'll tell you one thing, when his agent got to walk in there and negotiate against an academic, that was a sweet day.
Boy. Took him to school.
Boy, his agent took him to school, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to negotiate this deal. Oh, real good. You've been in academia your whole life? I'm a sports agent. Let's sit down and talk it out.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
And I think, too, Gus's teams, he has –
the fillets are ready.
He's recruited pretty consistently in the top 10, top 15 in the country. And we got early signing day coming up this week, I guess, and they're sitting in the high 40s. I think that worried a lot of people about the overall direction.
Yeah, I think, because programs that look like they're headed to not just play for a championship one year, but to be in the mix every year, players are drawn to that, in my opinion, above everything. It's obvious that Gus Malzahn was able, because what you just said, to draw people to his program by some of the recruiting classes, but it looks like that draw to the program is fading. And I'm with you. I think that probably played a role. And remember, we've had this. There's so many different roles, and I think that there's no question that Gus Malzahn is a good man.
Absolutely,
I like him. I like him as a
ran
human.
a good program too. Stayed out of trouble.
But there's a difference in somebody saying you're a good football coach, which I think he is, and you're a good head coach.
No.
Head coach is a different thing, and not everybody has the skill set for it.
Well,
and I'm not saying it can't be learned. Right. I'm just saying.
No,
I think he will have that opportunity again if he wants it.
Yeah.
But, I could think of, 11 million reasons I wouldn't want to fool with it for a while.
No, well, and because, Rick, let's be fair. Gus Malzahn had only been a head coach at Arkansas State and high school. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd always been a coordinator otherwise.
Yeah.
So, it's not like he had a ton of experience as a head football coach, and there wasn't a lot there.
I think the real question now is who do you get? Who is available?
Well,
that is a question.
I will tell you on the other two firings, I have not watched very much football this year at all because it's not real to me. Dang it! It's like this is like I'm watching people try to complete a project, almost like a reality show, but it's not a real football season.
Yeah.
Look, we're doing it. Look, we got another game in.
Rick, it's like that.
It's like I'm watching Survivor.
We don't know about
Rick,
next week.
it's like the TV show. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Burgess, where the two brothers build things down at the lake.
Yeah.
Boy, it's a dandy. You got to see it.
But it feels almost like Survivor. You know
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Can I make it to next week and actually play?
We had players kicked off the island. So. But anyway, who's playing this week? Well, we don't have this coach. We don't have these players, and then we don't have our equipment. Hey, Greg, our equipment guy didn't make the trip.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah,
so it's been unreal.
Empty stadiums. It's just weird. But anyway, but I've ended up with one of my sons eating dinner at a restaurant after we hunted a little bit on Friday afternoon, and so up on the screen was Arizona State, Arizona. So I looked up and I said, "My goodness, I don't know who Arizona State's playing, but that may be the worst football team I've ever seen." And Brody was like, "Dad, oh my gosh, Arizona State just scored again." I said, "What's the record on Arizona State?" He said, "Dad, they ain't even won a game." And I said, "So 0-2 Arizona State is just they're
First of all, they're on game 3.
Yeah, right.
Isn't that
Right.
crazy?
Yeah,
that's good.
And I said to my son, because they had a weird uniform on, I didn't recognize it at Arizona. I said that may be one of the worst Division I football teams I've ever seen.
Rick, 0-5 this year, and Friday's game ended up 70-7.
And so I look up, and then when I walking out, because I've always thought that I'd like to hang with Kevin Sumlin.
Yeah.
And I see him walking off the field. I'm like, oh my gosh, is Kevin Sumlin? Is this a team he's put on the field? So yeah,
and his Texas A&M teams. I mean, I know they're at the end when he didn't have Johnny Manziel or Evans in them, it dropped off some. But I mean, you didn't expect it to go to this.
Yeah. Now I did get. I could be wrong about this, but some people are saying that Auburn's looking pretty strong at Sarah Fuller.
Okay.
We interviewed her again after a couple of PATs. Did y'all see that?
Got a couple of PATs under her belt, one punch kick.
Heisman House.
Yeah, she's headed to the Heisman House.
Oh, yeah.
You realize in the game they still didn't let somebody else kick the field goal.
Yeah, just PAT. Yeah.
We didn't even try a 38-yarder with it. We brought a dude in for that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, 21 minutes past the hour. We're phone trolling now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The lines are available, and you can reach us, and all 10 are there. Harry Murdahl's ready to go. Here we go. Largest number of people pouring in here and make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. You are running the show right now. Handle it with care. Things that you need to know as your phone calls are being lined up right now. You need to know that if you're shopping the Rick and Bubba store, you need to have that order in by tomorrow at the end of business. Tomorrow's the 15th. Due to all the different shipping. Look, and I'll give you a story later in the show today. There's so many bizarre shipping things going on right now. This is 2020. Everything's affected. Nothing as it normally would be. So we're giving you extra time. There's also been it's been a good year at the Rick and Bubba store because a lot of people are looking for things they can get without having to go out. And we ship these things right to you. And I think it is, and I think, Bubba, you would agree, probably the best selection of gifts we've ever had because we really worked throughout the year to add a lot of new things throughout the year and get them ready for the big Christmas rush coming. And we've got some unique gifts that have never been available to you before. They could either run out of stock or, if you go past tomorrow, it may not get to you, by Christmas. Now, the spatula is already on back order, so we know that. But if you still want one and don't care when you get it, you can still do that, of course. Right. But if you need it by Christmas, you need to make your move and get that done by end of business tomorrow at rickandbubba.com in the store. Let's go to David. David is standing by in Hoover, Alabama. Bubba, he's got us on 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. David, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys, how are y'all doing?
You know what? We're fired up, David.
All right, so get your pen and paper out. I'd like everybody to compile a list of the amount of college football coaches who would take 44 scholarship players and go out and win their division and their conference for the third straight year in a row. The list of coaches who have revived a program from being shut down from its own board of trustees and gone again to 3 straight conference championship games, had a couple 11-win seasons. Guys, look.
David, I know that what you're doing, and I applaud that, and I agree with you that body of work is impressive, but I want you to know you do realize there's coaching availabilities everywhere right now.
People are looking, David.
And every time somebody asks me, who do you think we should hire, you know what I say? Bill Clark. I would hire Bill Clark so fast if I needed my program headed in the right direction based off everything that you just said. He wins everywhere he goes, but he doesn't just win. He wins in horrible situations. I'm talking about when anybody could make an excuse. Well, look, man, look at that situation I was in. He makes no excuses. He takes with whatever situation he's in, and he makes it happen.
There's those guys, Rick, and we've talked about it. They win everywhere they go, and Bill Clark is one of them.
But don't forget that second point. He doesn't just win wherever he goes. He wins in horrifying situations.
Yeah, when the deck's stacked against him.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably go until I ran the program into the ground after Saban left. But if you hand me Saban's team right now, I'll win for at least 2 more seasons.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now after that, I'm going to become a train wreck, and I'll probably get fired because I'm not Nick Saban. but he takes over programs that are in terrible situations and turns them into winners every time.
Yeah.
Could there be a more difficult situation than winning at UAB? I don't care at what level.
No,
I mean, you go through one time, they just take your program away from you.
Yeah.
And give it back to you, and he just goes right back to winning. So yeah, he would be high on my list. Now he may be a human being that says that there's no allure of that to me.
Right.
I like my situation. I like where I am, and this is what I prefer.
Well, got the new stadium opening up.
How about this? He'd have to tell me no.
Rick, he will be on several people's list. There's no doubt.
Let's go
and
to
always is.
Paul in Missouri. Paul, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Rotate. Very quickly, my wife was extremely sick last week, and it was pretty bad. She got tested for COVID. She asked to be tested for flu, and they wouldn't test her for anything but COVID. And then after about a week of being very sick, it come back negative. But when she requested to be checked for flu, they wouldn't even do it. they would only check for COVID. And but thankfully, she's better today.
Oh, good.
And she's negative on COVID.
Did they? I was wondering why they didn't do that. They may have all the labs tied up on COVID testing.
Well, I'll tell you, when
know.
Terry went and got tested, they did all that testing at one time. So they tested her for COVID and the flu and strep all in one visit.
Of course, I'll be quiet. Let's just go to Michael in Birmingham. I saw Michael, by the way, on Saturday. Hey, Michael, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen. Michael, lifetime listener.
Hey, Mike.
I just wanted to tell Rick he just really missed out on walking down the street and seeing hundreds of people inside of one of his neighbors' houses.
Yeah, you go to the estate sale?
Yes, sir. It was the house right next to Christmas Rhonda's old house.
Oh, yeah, I saw which house it was. But I mean, trust me, by the time the weekend was over, I knew exactly where it was. And I'm walking up my driveway, and there's Michael and his wife. And I couldn't tell if there was a kid back in there, too, sitting right out there by the mailbox. I'm like, well, hey, buddy. Mm-hmm. And he's like, we're headed down here to the estate sale. And I said, y'all come by the house when I ain't got the lights on. It's daylight. You got to come back by here and see the lights. So he said they would. Let's go to Richard in Trustful. Richard, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up? Good.
Hey, so I was sitting here stuck in traffic, got a tree down this morning. I had an idea pop in my head. I know it'll never happen, but what if the Super Bowl champions had to play the college football champions every year?
Didn't there used to be something like that one time?
No, let me tell you, when I was a kid, the Super Bowl champs played the college All-Stars.
That did happen, didn't it?
Yeah, I remember seeing it, yeah.
Yeah,
I was a little bitty thing, though.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. I think you should have the worst team in the NFL play the national champion.
Well, they don't want to get embarrassed.
Right. Well, you never know. Look, I'm going to tell you that worst team in the NFL is still a step up from the best college team.
Yes, I realize that. I know a lot of people, we joke about it, but there's a big difference.
Some of y'all don't know the step from college to the NFL.
Yeah, it's huge. Huge.
The worst team in the NFL would likely destroy the best college football team.
Yeah.
Anonymous, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Hey, so I was calling. I'm a junior at Auburn University in Montgomery, and I didn't know if y'all were aware. I know that we've all known that there's indoctrination going on, but they're offering an African-American history since 1865 and quoting Malcolm X, talking about nobody can take your freedom or nobody can give you freedom, nobody can give you equality or justice or anything. If you're a man, you have to take it. They're also talking about if you want to know about racial or ethnic inequality, discrimination, nationalism, and xenophobia, minority representation in politics, civil rights legislation, and citizenship laws, then you need to take a course. And they're promoting the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, and being sponsored by the Democratic Party of Alabama.
Didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me. If there's one thing the left has brilliantly done is to turn the public education systems into indoctrination camps.
Well, and it's a long-running plan. And I'll read you something later in the show that goes back to the early 1900s when they outlined what they wanted to do. And they knew it'd take time, but it's pretty much come full circle.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. If you send your kid off to a state college, oh my, you better do some deprogramming. Mm-hmm. Or they better be solid on what they believe. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret. Revving up my Chevrolet to go honky-tonkin' on Christmas Day. Get a move on, come with me at the Roadhouse on the old highway. All the fiddlers are gonna play. It's a honky-tonk holiday. Gonna have some wine and a real fine time at my favorite watering hole. It's a wonderland with my favorite cowhand when he smooches me under the mistletoe. Hurry, Santa, don't delay. You can double park your sleigh at the Roadhouse on the old highway. It's a honky-tonk holiday. We're gonna down a beer and some Christmas cheer at the Santa Fe Saloon. We'll whoop it up right this not so silent night, baby. Belt down a Christmas tune. We'll be feeling bright and gay, misbehaving on Christmas Day, getting married the country way. It's a honky-tonk holiday. It's a honky-tonk holiday.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas, all of you out there in Rick and Bubba land. And our tubers are back, Bubba. Looks like that's smoothed out a little bit, so that's good. Our tuber numbers are back up. MyPillow.com, Christmas next week, if you can believe that. You want to make it special, and you need to act today to order all the MyPillow products so they arrive in time. How about the MyPillows? They just will not go flat, and they make a great gift. You can wash and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape. They're 100% made in the USA. All American materials. If you don't have a MyPillow or know someone who doesn't, now's the time to take advantage of it. Mike Lindell is offering the premium, the one that started it all, MyPillow, at the lowest price ever. That means you can get the standard queen MyPillow premium for $29.98. It was normally $69.98. But there's more because just in time for Christmas, you can also get MyPillow bathrobes, and these are wonderful. And you're going to save money with those too. They're made of cotton, relaxed fit style. Bubba, good news for us. They boast superior comfort and quality. Extra long staple cotton gives them that premium softness, strength, and color retention. So use the promo code Bubba for those too when you go to radio listeners there at MyPillow.com. It's time to save, but let's get it done. MyPillow.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, the 12 working days of Christmas continue today. Gift number 8, some of the things that Bubba could choose from today that are out there. I mean, I see Dr. Dudney has given us $1,000 worth of gift cards. We'll split those up into 2 $500 packages. You look at those. Bubba, I'm looking over here. I see a drone maybe still out there. And so I see a couple of really good gifts that are. Look at that one. There's one from Bumper Nets. That looks strong. We got an iPad out there. So there's all kinds of stuff.
A lot of giving still.
A lot of giving still to go. So be paying attention. Gift number 8 could happen at any time on the program. But Bubba, we had a young lady call who is in college, and she said, there's no doubt that I'm sitting here at college, and I can see with my own eyes these colleges have turned into liberal indoctrination places, and they're building their future.
Rick, got an email from Alan Wilkie this morning, and he says, Bubba, in the current state of our country, I thought you would be interested in the attached news article. My mom had the forethought to clip this from the Birmingham News in 1975. My brother found it along with the article and some other stuff that he had, and he sent it to me. And this is out of the Birmingham News, 1975, called Some Odds and Ends. And they go on to say, in May of 1919 in Dusseldorf, Germany, the Allied forces obtained a copy of the Communist Rules for Revolution. 50 years later, the Reds are still following these rules, okay? And it's broken down A, B, and C. B has several parts. A, corrupt the young, get them away from religion, get them interested in sex, make them superficial, destroy their ruggedness. Now, this is from 1919. Okay. B, get control of all means of publicity, thereby, and this is where we have several extras here. Number 1, get the people's mind off their government by focusing their attention on athletics, sexy books, plays, and other trivial activities. 2, divide the people into hostile groups by constantly harping on controversial matters of no importance. Number 3, destroy the people's faith in their natural leaders by holding up the latter to contempt, ridicule, and other things. 4, preach true democracy, but seize power as fast and as constant as you can.
Yeah, you can't ever say that you want to turn us. They're starting to do it a little bit now. Some of the celebrities have forgotten this in your AOCs, but you keep using the word democracy and you throw that around. Because that will make people stay calm. Well, they're saying democracy.
Yeah, they are.
Even though we're a republic, but I won't get into that.
Number 5, by encouraging government extravagance, destroy its credit, produce fear of inflation with rising prices and general discontent. Number 6, foment unnecessary strikes in vital industries, encourage civil disobedience, foster a lenient and soft attitude on the part of the government towards such disorders. Number 7, by specious argument, cause the breakdown of the old moral virtues, honesty, sobriety, confidence, faith in the pledged word, and ruggedness. C, cause the registration of all firearms on some pretext with a view toward confiscating them and leaving the population helpless at some point.
Right. Now, you do that by saying to remove guns makes you safer.
Right. That was in 1919, reprinted in the Birmingham News 1975.
Well, and some of you...
Do you see the model?
Yeah.
How it's kind of worked?
Well, you do. And
they just put different names on it. They put different coats of paint on it. Same plan.
Well, and you saw some of the folks that had fled the Soviet Union. And I forget the guy that got interviewed in the 80s, and I can't remember his name now. But he was telling, and I think the interview was being done by, Merv, what was that guy's name?
Griffin?
Yeah, Merv Griffin. And he was saying, all you do, he goes, you don't come in. He goes, I was in the Soviet Union, and he was part of it, and then he decided I'm out of here, and he fled and sought asylum here and got it. He said, you don't go out and try to militarily force America into being a socialist or communist country. you can do it in one generation of Americans. Just indoctrinate one generation of Americans into buying in that socialism, which also can find its way to communism.
Yeah, it's the walk up.
Is a better deal than the constitutional republic in which they live, and you do all these things that Bubba just mentioned, and one of the things, and you said it in the break, Bubba, and you're right. The conservatives of this country, the irresponsible, lackadaisical give up of academia was a gigantic mistake.
Well,
and there's attempts to bring it back now,
Yeah.
but you're going uphill now.
Yeah, I think it was a strategic mistake. I think they were concentrated on the media and breaking the liberals' 100% grip on the media, and they did that with the, when they repealed the fairness doctrine. Reagan came in; he was a great spokesperson for that. And I think that they thought that everyone would just get it by osmosis, just by seeing what was happening, finally getting to hear an opposing view on broadcast stations and talk radio. It was the birth of that. But they completely just discarded academia and thought, well, they're crazy. People are going to see them for crazy. And the proof is in the pudding of how our economy is growing, how, the things we're accomplishing. But, it kind of goes back to marketing. You do have to beat people over the head with it. And I think just not trying to do something with our education system has been a huge mistake.
Yeah, and
because it is an indoctrination setup now.
Yeah, and I've learned through mistakes too. It is reckless just to send your kid off to any school they want to go to and have no idea what they're heading into. And sometimes we think, well, they've been raised right, they know what's right and wrong. But again, your children,
it plays on them after a while.
Yeah, but your children, and speaking, and we've all, we're learning as we go. Your children do not vicariously have a relationship with Christ or have a worldview vicariously through you, vicariously through me. They have to adopt it as their own.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then they're still in play. Because then they're like, well, my daddy and my mama said this, but I hear people saying a lot of other things over here. So at some point, they're going to establish their own worldview. And I've learned this, even like you talk about the media. I think we don't understand. We hear things being communicated sometimes. We go, how does anybody not understand the truth about this? It's pretty simplistic. I go back to Robin, who called our show that day and thought the top 1% should be taxed at 25%.
Their fair share.
Their fair share. She had no idea they were taxed at actually 40% before we even get to state and local taxes, which then it gets to about half.
Yeah.
She didn't know that. So she just heard the term fair share. And then when we pressed her on what is fair share, you realize she had no idea what the tax rates actually were. So don't assume that the things that you may know and you think, well, this is common sense. But if someone makes a decision that I will only listen to my college professor, I will only listen to my friends.
And Facebook.
Yeah, I'll only. Well, I was going to get to that. I'll only listen to MSNBC. I'll only listen to CNN. I think that Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Glenn Beck, Rick and Bubba, I think all these people are evil and wicked. And you know what? I ain't listening to that garbage. Well, then you get in a world where somebody says, you never hear an opposing view. Because what's one of the things, and you hear it in that lineup that Bubba just read, you must destroy critical thinking. So you're not allowed. I mean, it's just like I was noticing, just even playing around, they always resort to name calling. Is like if you say, like for instance, we were kidding around on social media about the Sarah Fuller thing. Well, it's the thing you see with Max Kellerman on ESPN. If you have any of you, I'm talking about from the left, not people who are level-headed men and women, but if you say, I don't think that this lady kicking a pooch kick in an extra point is worthy of all the accolades. If you just want to say this took place on a road to a woman, becoming the kicker for a Power 5 team, great. But it's not the SEC Player of the Week. It's not the comeback. It's not the recognized Player of the Week and all this kind of stuff. Well, if you say that, it's not, well, I just have to disagree with that. I actually thought it was pretty cool. Misogynist? Hey, what insecurities do you have? What little dark? What's that darkness in? Well, I just thought it was I didn't think it was a big deal that a woman did a push kick. I'm sorry, misogynist. And then if you start well, I'm a follower of Christ because you hate people. No, I just love God. Who hates people? You hate.
No, I think opposite.
Yeah, no, you're wrong about it. See, and so you can't have a conversation, and you can't have a critical thinking or here's my view. And then what makes it even harder is they'll tell you that they are the place where everybody should say and live out whatever they want, as long as it's approved by us the way you think and the way
There's only one sin, Rick: disagreement.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Christmas. Your phone calls are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. Tommy is out of New York, and he's commenting on the things that we just talked about. You can comment, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl line those calls up. Tommy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing real well now. About a year ago, I was in quite a mess. I was actually living with two roommates who went to the university, or rather, Georgia State College, and they were in a communist group.
Really?
At the college. There is actually an extracurricular group there that is breeding this, and it's ridiculous. And having lived with two of them for about 6 months, I have to say they create chaos. They create an environment of confusion, and also then they use that to isolate you and break you down.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. So, Tommy,
they have a plan. They're taught very wisely how you can do that.
Do they understand, though? This is the part I don't fully get, and I guess because they're in America, so they've never really experienced true communism. Is that true? I mean, they have no experience with living in a true communistic country, right? They don't know what that would be like.
Not at all.
Right.
Not at all. The one was from Atlanta. The other one was from rural Mississippi.
So tell me, what was the selling point for them? What made them embrace communism?
I think it had something to do with the streamlining of everything in your life.
There you go. Yeah.
And this is the way it's going to be, and you don't have to worry about this or that. It's just this way. And it did not make any sense to me.
They don't like
no law and order.
Yeah, they don't like the unsureness of freedom. You know, they say, I'd like to be in a country. Now, they have no idea what they're asking.
No.
They want to be in a country where they think it would be wonderful for the government to be sure they had something to eat. They think, of course, they guess they've never seen the bread lines, that the government's going to give you a job that you can never get out of and never increase your pay. And the government's going to provide everything. And to them, that they think that the free market, because some people win, some people don't, that scares them. Is that oversimplifying it?
No, absolutely. You've hit every point on the head. And the real contradiction in all of it is the one was going to a state school, and who knows what propaganda he was spreading. But the other one that I was good friends with, he was working at the most prominent bank in Buffalo, and at a really high salary. And I'm like, dude, that's capitalism.
Yeah,
I mean, they don't even know.
Well, I think, too, you have a lot of people that, have something wrong, something they're not happy with in society.
Yeah.
So they will immediately decide that this system is flawed, and then they see this as an alternative. It must be perfect.
Right.
But in reality, it's not either. It's actually worse. But until you're fully in it, you don't realize that. And once you're fully in it, you can't get out. It's like trying to see what's under the surface of quicksand.
Right.
By the time you get a view of it, it's too late.
Yeah, I remember when Chavez went in, he pointed, there was something going on. Was it the oil industry?
Yeah. Well, he was saying the country was being robbed.
That was it.
by other countries. They were taking all this money out, and Venezuela wasn't getting enough of it.
Yeah, and they always go to, as you talked about, Tommy, those that think they're not going to get a fair deal, or, hey, man, do you like this? We're the answer. Come to our club. Everything's going to be done. Everything's going to be – they always sell this thing of equality. But, guys, I hate to tell you, when you're really functioning inside a socialistic communist country, there is no equality. It's the ruling class and everybody else.
And the peasants.
Right. And it's like you don't know the ruling class doesn't live the way that you live and I will live. And so anyway, let's go to Daytona Beach. Carol standing by. Hey, Carol.
Hey, this is Miss Carol. I called y'all about 8 or 10 years ago, and you made my day, and I'm so excited to talk to my heroes again. A Rick and Bubba song is my ringtone on my phone. The reason I'm calling is y'all got together and all waved at me and said, "Hello, Miss Carol from Daytona," and I was in heaven for a while. But I watched you the other day on Promise Keepers, and it really touched me because I'm 75. I've been a Christian for quite a long time, raised my kids, I'm by myself, but it touched me and made me realize I have not been totally discipled. So you did it. You told me that, and people have told me, Miss Carol, that's what they call me, you're different. And I said, it's thank you to Rick and Bubba. Well, you know, for saying that on Promise Keepers. I just had to tell you.
Well, thank you, Carol. That's great. It was good to be on. You know, the Promise Keepers thing is trying to come back, and they had a podcast, and I was honored to be a guest on it and talking about some of the stuff we're doing. And you know, I got to tell the story about what you know we went through here on the show with Sherry and I and Bronner, and got to talk about that and the impacts of that and what that looks like in a marriage. And so I was glad to be on. If you haven't seen it, I think they have it out there. And Carol, I'm glad that God used that to you know, I think that's the thing. No matter what the age is, if we're still alive, our sanctification and our maturation is still going. And as long as we're breathing, then God intends us to be about His business.
And Miss Carol, we hope that this call made your day too.
Yes, thank you very much. To Warren in Demopolis. Warren, go ahead.
Warren.
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Good. Great. How are you?
Doing good. I love your show.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Warren.
First time caller.
Thank
you.
you.
I wanted to talk about what the comments y'all were talking on the communists. You know, everything that you described is in a document called the Communist Manifesto.
Yes. Yes.
It is.
I don't know if you've heard that or not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've read it before.
And it describes every single thing that you just described. And along with that, you know, what I call the dumbing of America. If you allow illegal drugs, sooner or later it burns your brains up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we're seeing there's no doubt, and we've talked about this before. We have not moved forward intellectually. We're moving backward now.
Yeah, I think we're on the down slope.
Yeah, and if you don't believe that, just go back and look at the education and of those generation ago and further back, and they get smarter as you go back.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. Good news. Here at Christmas time, as the world celebrates God coming to us, we could not come to him. Why is it good news? Because we all are in equal need of redemption. Speedy is here, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler. Helmsy still quarantining, should return if there's no issues by Wednesday. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba! There it is. And that is what you're listening for and calling at 866-WE-BE-BIG. This is the 12 working days of Christmas theme. And we have given away 7 wonderful gifts. And now we go to gift number 8. This person will join John Van Campen, Lynn Culligan, Kelly Bell, Lisa Finley, Brent Lambert, Evan Mitchell, Brock Barlett, who have all won Rick and Bubba gifts. And Bubba, what gift are you clutching today, buddy?
Well, Rick, Dr. Thomas Dudney has been a big fan, big supporter of the show and friend for many, many years. And Rick, he has given us to give away $50 American Express gift cards. Well, we're going to package those babies together, 10 of them, to give you $500. How about that?
Now you realize that's $500 worth of gift cards for you to go get whatever you want.
That's right. Wherever you want, whatever you want, whenever you want.
So, guys, what do you think? I think we got all kinds of numbers out there. We've done just about all of them. But I mean, we could do, just stick with 100. We can do 127 for 27 years of Rick and Bubba. We could do 27.
What about 500?
Bubba, don't make me do 500 calls. That'd be some tough programming for a while.
It would. Yep.
Hey, because that's a long. Hey, let me tell you, that's a long way home.
Yeah. We'd come back next break and do it.
And what do you think? Y'all want to go 127?
We'll just do 100. I like a nice flat
You like a 100, don't you?
It's easy.
All right, are y'all ready? Here
It's
we go.
good.
All right, so
It turns the lines over several times.
It does. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where are you calling from? What's that? Hello?
Turn your radio down.
Calling from Prattville.
Calling from Prattville. What's your first name?
Steve.
Steve, you were caller 99.
One off, Steve.
Good gracious.
Steve, you were one phone call away from $500.
Yeah, picture your hand reaching out for $500 and you just can't quite get it. Which has been most of my life.
Right.
All right, so here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike. I'm in Franklin.
Franklin, Tennessee. How do you get the show, Mike?
I watch it on YouTube.
Well, you know what? You're calling what? You're right. You did it. You did it. Mikey.
All right.
You did it, Franklin, Tennessee. Bubba, what you got?
Mike, we're going to give you a whole handful of American Express gift cards from Dr. Thomas Dudney. As a matter of fact, it'll add up to $500 when all's said and done.
So $500 worth of $50 gift cards for you to go do whatever you want for Christmas, or if you just, something you want.
Yeah.
It's up to you. You got $500 worth of gift cards.
Pass them out to your buddies, whatever you want.
That's right.
That's right. And every time that you use one of those, I want you to look in the mirror and ask the question, have I brushed my teeth today?
How did my molars look?
Thank you.
Yeah, so how long you been part of the show?
Oh, probably about 10 years since I moved back to Tennessee from Chicago.
Okay, cool. Right, and found us there on YouTube. And I know we had some issues earlier today, but you undoubtedly you got us now because you called in, and this is another proof that if you watch on YouTube, you can still win. This is our second YouTube winner.
Yep.
All right, so Mike,
and he's
hey,
got the Pradco Moultrie Mobile
that's
package
right.
as well.
That's right. I forgot all about that.
Value.
Thank you, Speedy. I forgot all about that. So you can get a camera from Moultrie. You're going to get the SIM card. You can get the batteries, and you can get the mount to put it on the tree or wherever you want to put it. So the Moultrie mobile camera package is also in there. So $660 worth of goodie for you, my friend.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
All right, we put you on hold and enjoy those prizes, and Merry Christmas from Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, hang on.
Merry Christmas to y'all.
All right, see you,
There he goes.
Good phone, too.
How about that?
That's a good phone. All right, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where you calling from?
Gary from Madison, Alabama.
Oh, Gary.
Gary. You are so close.
101, Gary. Caller 101.
Well, I'll keep trying.
Yeah, if things had just been done maybe a millisecond different.
Yeah, 20 milliseconds is the difference between you and $500.
I mean, how about you might as well have been sitting there and right when you were about to win, you picked up somebody's cleat and threw it 20 yards.
That's right. After third down, had them stop.
Thank you, buddy.
Had a punting situation.
Y'all want another one?
Yeah.
Rick.
Hi, Rick and Bubba's Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This would be old Red-Faced Earl.
Redface Earl? You were caller 102, Redface. Missed it by 2 calls.
Oh, man, come on, don't do this to me now.
I mean, hey, you can't even get a Dudney.
I'm red-faced and I'm fat now.
I'll take that little red face. Y'all love this contest.
I do.
I do.
Just makes everybody's day,
It
except
does.
if they're 101, 102.
Right. But
99.
So there it is. So
Congratulations.
There's Dr. Dudney's first installment of $500 worth of gift cards. We got another one of those. It's going to happen this week.
Well, the Moultrie Mobile, that's $660.
Yep, $660, baby.
Worth. Yep.
So congratulations to, was it Mike out of Franklin,
Mike
Tennessee?
out of Franklin, Tennessee.
Watching
Yep.
us,
Mike.
watching us on YouTube.
Hey, Mike.
He gets gift number 8. So look, and Harry Murdahl's already heard this. You know, I can't hear this every day from Harry. It's over. Okay, that's the end of 12 working days of Christmas for today.
For today.
That's it.
And again,
wrap her up.
And I want you to know there's no need to call if you haven't heard the theme. You know, because throughout the show, these random calls, hey, just checking. Yeah, well,
Right.
I mean, what good is that? And again, you go back to the logic of it. We're not asking for caller 1. To be first is
right.
It's not even the way to go.
No, that just means you dial again.
They're just so excited, though.
I know
they are.
But
They're
that's
just
why
so-
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why the time spent listening at the end of the 12 working days is through the roof.
It is. It is.
You know why people sitting there saying, I'm with you.
Yep.
We're glad you are. Thank you. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bubba, if you don't think that the world of 2020 is bizarre and it affects everything, I'm going to tell you something that happened on Saturday that you're and I can't wait for us to try to unpack it and figure it out. Don't you
More
love
stuff?
Yeah, don't you love when we go into, problem solvers? This is that thing of that show we're going to do mystery. We're like the mystery machine. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us, Rick and Bubba. 12 working days of Christmas. We just gave away gift number 8, so it's done. Mike in Franklin, Tennessee, grab that. Be paying attention. Will a Meet could happen today, or could happen at any point on the program today or the rest of the week. As we move toward the big year ender coming up Friday, and I'm hearing some things percolate that the big year ender might have a little surprise this year. So be paying attention for that. We also need to decide whether we think that Gary the Bulldozer Man is a COVID threat because he's got pies.
He's leaving at the door.
He said, "Hey, I've been out here. I don't get around people. That ain't what I do, and ain't no need to go to town. I don't go to town."
I bet Gary ain't put a mask on one time.
Hey, but I don't get around people, Bubba.
Yeah.
I mean, country boy can survive.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's
Him and
trees.
them goats.
He's trees and he's chickens and he's goats. So anyway.
If goats carry it, we're in trouble.
All right, y'all ready to put on your mystery solving hats?
Got it. We're ready, Rick.
I love these kind of things. All right, so
Tell us.
So we had Greg's daughter, as you know, is having a baby in February or January.
Yes, February.
February. So
Ellis turns 2 in January.
By the way, Ellis and the Santa pictures slayed me.
Yeah.
Looks like the cookies solve a lot of problems.
It does. It does.
So
change the whole.
You know what?
attitude.
It does with me too.
It does me too. So by the way, Sherry had a little gathering of her little girl group, one of her little girl groups last night, and Buddy, one of them brought these homemade cookies. Holly.
I love a good homemade cookie.
How about
Who doesn't?
You know me, I can taste a little bit now. It's starting to come back a little bit enough.
Working your way back.
Well, it was enough that I knew that it was good.
When you fully get it back, you're not going to believe it.
I know. I won't know what to do. You know, the worst part though right now is like
try it on cookies and cream ice cream.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Yeah. Sherry got to hollering in the car on the way home from church Sunday, and I was like, "What?" She goes, "Have you ripped one?" And I'm like, I don't smell anything. You know, like that. So I'm crop dusting everybody. I'm bulletproof.
Rick, their smell still works.
I know.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, so
she made that clear.
Yeah, she did. I thought, I thought a little air off, had a little pressure. But anyway,
All right.
But anyway, so, you know you got a little pressure. But the So Sherry, way back when Sherry thought she was going to be able to go to the drive-through baby shower, but when our house tested positive for COVID, she was like, well, I can't go. So she had ordered what she was getting, and I'll just leave it at that because it's in my card there, Greg. I got to give it to you.
No, let's don't mess that up.
She ordered what she wanted to get Chandler, Greg's daughter, for her baby shower.
Okay.
We get, she keeps looking for it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And all of a sudden, we get something delivered November 29th. Well, it was past November 29th, and we're like, we don't have it.
Oh, it showed it here.
Yeah, and they were like, hey, we delivered it. And so Sherry's looking for it. She starts calling it. She can't find anything. Start trying to track. So finally, and I understand this move because this is me influencing her, okay? Because, we always talk about we always affect other people who have to live. Like, y'all have affected me, I've affected y'all. And so Sherry's with me even more. So I wanted to pick up some of my good traits.
Yeah.
She said
that never happens.
So she said, look, I just want you to know, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be irresponsible, but I panicked and I just reordered it again.
Oh,
and I was like, well, honey, we should try to trace it. And so she goes, well, it's too much time's passed. I don't know where it is. Porch pirate. And we're hollering porch pirate.
Something.
All of this because she just wanted to have it. And that's me. Look, let's just get it.
Yeah. The key is to get it.
And then work it
We'll
out.
send one back. Whatever.
So sitting there on Saturday. Now keep in mind, the first one we have not heard of since November 29th.
When it supposedly arrived.
I'm talking about we haven't heard one word about it. What they basically say, hey, you got it. And we're like, no, we don't have it. So we think porch pirate, something. So I look outside and Sherry's like, I want to get this to Chandler, before Christmas.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I think we're going to be all right. So I'm sitting there. I say, hey.
You were just trying to move it on. He didn't care.
So I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I look out the door. I say, hey, baby, look out here. Here it is. And we're happy. Ah, it's here. It's here. And we're like, I said, ain't nothing to worry about. Just here it is. It's fine. We got it. We'll worry about the other later. I turn around, and a different delivery service comes in the other way, bringing another one.
The same day.
Same exact day within a half hour
Rick,
of each other. And I look, I said, Sherry, here comes another one.
We got them everywhere.
And I walk, and we're like to this person, which is a different.
I wish a third one had showed
Look,
up.
this was a different delivery service.
Yeah.
And
Are they there for the estate sale?
Maybe.
Yeah, were they?
And I said, and so I walk out. I said, hey, yeah, one of these was shown that what you're doing right now happened on November 29th.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all realize what the date is, right? Today's the 14th.
Yeah,
okay?
y'all missed it.
We got it on the 12th.
This is the company that said it showed up to 29.
Yeah, and the person goes, and you feel bad for them. They're like, sir, our life is a living.
Right. Will you just take this?
Yeah. Will you? And so, but to her credit, even though I know because it was a woman who had, and it was one you had to wrestle. And so I even offered. I said, I'll put this back in your truck because she said if y'all open it or do anything with it,
we can't deal with it.
It's yours. So I said, is our move, should we just reject it? She goes, that's what you should do. And I could see her face, which meant she was going to take it all the way back over. I said, I'll take it back to the truck for you. And she was like, that sounds awesome.
Of course, she's got hauling around the rest of the day.
Yeah, and so step over it. I wish y'all had been.
But then, did you open? I don't get ahead of the story here. Was it the first one what you thought it was?
No, it was. It was. But what?
That'd be my luck. That'd be my luck. I would send back the one I was waiting.
But here's the mystery, y'all. How in the world can my wife order something weeks ago, be told it was delivered on November 29th, never see it, go order a second one, and I don't know which one is which, okay? And all of a sudden, the one she just ordered shows up in a normal amount of time, but as not like a day later or 2 days later, within an hour, the original that they said was delivered on November 29th, also on December 12th, shows up right behind the other.
I don't know.
From a different delivery service.
Rick, I think the delivery services right now are so overwhelmed.
Right.
Wow.
They're doing a wonderful job. Excuse me.
They're working hard.
Yeah, but they're just so overwhelmed right now. I don't think they could keep up with it. And what they may have done is the original shipper. Excuse me, COVID. The original. I'm sorry. I should have done on there. I do that at home. I'm sorry. It's just a habit.
Excuse me, COVID.
So they may have passed it on to a outsourced company that they had hired to help deliver the overload, and they actually marked it delivered when they got it to them. In other words, the check got in the wrong box.
Yeah, something happened. No, because the person who brought the second one said, well, Amazon just picks all kinds of delivery services.
Yeah, I mean, it's all over the road.
Whoever's available.
Yeah, and but what was funny was that I could tell that the postal worker was trying to do the right thing. No, sir, I will take it back to the truck. And I looked at her and I said, straight up, I'll take it back to the truck. She was like, okay, that sounds good. Because I'd watched her wrestle that thing across the driveway. And I was like, so.
A big one, huh?
Well, it's yeah. But it is, here's the problem. So now Greg and I, because you know what happened next is Santa's little helper, Sherry.
Oh boy.
Who is the greatest present wrapper of all time. It's magical wrapping. Wrapped it.
Oh, no.
And then made sure she went out to my truck and made sure it was put in a place where it won't be messed up. And I've got to move it out of my truck into Greg's truck.
Without messing it up.
And he's got to get it to his daughter without messing up the wrapping on it.
That's the thing.
That will never happen.
If there was no paper on it,
I wish she hadn't wrapped it. I tried to talk her out of it.
Yeah, put it in a big sack.
I said, why you had to wrap it? Well, she needs to unwrap it. What's that?
Rick, I'm going to have a hard time guaranteeing I can get it there without damaging the wrapping.
Well, y'all know the deal. Once I get it in your truck, I'm done with it.
Out of here.
When I gave it to Greg, it still had the wrapping paper on it.
That's all you can do.
That's all that matters.
You know what this is, a project?
Because you and I just want to put it in the box, throwing back the truck.
Exactly. Burgess boys will never pull this off.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How lovely are your branches, not only green in summer's heat, but also winter snow and sleet. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, how lovely are your branches. Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, how happy you have made me. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, how happy you have made me. You are a timeless symbol of God's peace and everlasting love. Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, how happy you have made me. How happy you have made me.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Denver and the Mile High Orchestra. HelloFresh.com really has been a success story with the Rick and Bubba Show. I mean, what a great organization. They were way ahead of their time. All I want for Christmas is my HelloFresh. Send it right to the door. You pick out the meals that you want, and they've got a recipe that you'll love. 22 weekly recipes their chefs put out there for you. Pick what you want, how many meals you want per week. You can customize it week to week. And they'll send it directly to you. Each meal has its individual bag with all the ingredients inside. All you have to do is prepare the food and get it on the table in 20 to 30 minutes, and you're all eating delicious food. You're cutting down on your total food bill by as much as 40%. You're not wasting food because you've got it all set up for your family, and it's customized to how much food that you guys consume, so no food waste either. If you'd like to find out more about HelloFresh.com, if you've never done this before, go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or just go directly to HelloFresh.com, and you put in the promo code BUBBA, $80 off, plus free shipping by using the code BUBBA. So HelloFresh.com, always a good idea, but now if you're trying to cut down your trips out into grocery store traffic, maybe makes more sense than ever before. All right, so Bubba, we have a Your America update. Bubba, the Cleveland Indians are no more. They are now dropping their long criticized moniker amid mounting pressure that it's racist and insensitive. It took us a while to get upset by it. They've had that name for over 100 years.
105 years, Rick. That is coming to an end.
Well, let's be sure.
No indication of what the new name will be. If they follow the Redskins example or the Washington football team, they'll just become Cleveland, the baseball team.
Cleveland, the baseball team.
Why not?
Why not? And of course,
That
you know
is
who's throwing out.
non-offensive.
You know who's throwing out the first pitch this year?
I hope it's Fauci.
No, Sarah Fuller.
That's right. Now, she actually is pitching.
Yeah, she will pitch. She will, but she
Just one pitch.
Just one pitch. It'll be a ball outside, but it'll be a historic moment.
The batter won't be allowed to swing at it, even if it comes out.
You know, I hate to say this. I shouldn't say this.
Yeah, we'll
but,
go.
but I'm gonna be honest.
Here he goes.
You know, we're rolling the vaccine out literally today, and we're already seeing people being vaccinated on TV. Some healthcare workers in New York, and all I can think in my mind is, I hope the vaccine's better than Fauci's first pitch.
Oh my
Amen
gosh,
to
what a
that,
great
man.
statement that is.
Yeah.
That's a fair statement.
I mean, only I would lock into that, but
it's a fair statement.
I can't get it out of my mind.
That is a
I just
fair
cannot.
statement. So we have no new name, Bubba. Is that
No
correct?
new name, Rick.
Well, I'll tell you this. I know.
And no word on when they'll give us a new name.
Well, they said they're going to phase it out. So 2021, of course, there'll be too much pressure. This will change. I'm giving you the update today because the only thing that the mob loves more than trying to get you to be afraid of them is they really turned up when they realize you are afraid of them.
Right.
That's when they really go nuts. So the franchise initially plans, and I think we need to underline that word initially, to continue using Indians in its branding for 2021 and phase it out completely in 2022. As you said, Bubba, the franchise has gone by the Indians since 1915.
Let me ask you this. What if they decided to go, no, we're not? What would happen?
Not
much.
much.
That's what I'm saying. What are they saying? We must change this because if we don't, what?
I don't know what would happen.
I'm just on this level. I really don't care one way or the other because I'm so past all this ridiculous. But I'm back to here, though, and Bubba brought the vaccines out there. We got a lot of things to worry about right now, and I just can't find anywhere on the list anybody should care what any mascot's name. I want to see the group of people that say this must change. I promise you, it's a very small group.
Let's think about what finally got the Redskins, because Daniel Snyder was dug in about as good as anybody.
Sponsors.
One of his partners, minor partner, Fred Smith, FedEx, said they would not renew their sponsorship.
You know what, Fast Fred?
Several others did. So when it got to hitting them financially, they changed. Now, I'm not saying they should have changed.
But let's go one more step.
But that is what did it.
You're right. But let's step down one more. FedEx. What if you didn't do that and they didn't change? Is it really going to affect your business? I mean, just because you got some loud people making racket, I promise you, your packaging business would not have been affected at all. If you would have decided to go, nah, I don't have a problem with it, we're going to stay on there.
Honestly, I'm a little shocked that Freddie Smith cared.
That's my point. I promise you, there's not many people that care whether there's Indian.
All right, can I tell y'all something?
Not very many.
Everybody.
Because I have not seen any group of Redskins that they've come out on TV and said their life has been better this year.
Well, that was the point I'm going to make, Bubba. You make a great point. And I want everybody to listen because it's time for Rick and Bubba to try to teach you a lesson, okay? I want everybody to listen, especially when you're dealing with people that are living a pretty cushy life, okay? For instance, I'll say this, in the spiritual realm, okay? Now, there are some people out there I know that give sacrificially. There's no question about that.
Yes.
And we're called to do that. However, in all fairness, in America, sometimes the easiest thing an American Christian can do is just write a check. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to go downtown. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Here's a check. Okay, and that's certainly part of what we do. But sometimes it's all that we do because it's the easiest thing, especially if you're not giving sacrificially. Hey, could I just give y'all a check? So don't make me have to go there or do that or get involved in that. Can I just give you a check? Well, this is really all this is.
Yeah.
You're now saying to these organizations, will you just not call your team the Redskins? And they go, well, was that enough for y'all? Will y'all leave us alone?
Right.
So you're not going to get your hands dirty to try to help the plight of these tribes. You're not going to the reservation. You're not gonna go into these communities and try to build business and try to invest. You mean to tell me all I got to do is change the name of my team? That's satisfactory to you?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be the Cleveland Indians anymore. Can y'all go on back to where you were and please leave me alone where I can get baseball season started?
I guess.
You see the point?
Yeah, they didn't really go, we feel terrible that we're the Indians. We're changing.
It's not the best use of your time. You ought to be saying, here's the problems in our community that need to be addressed, and see if you can't convince somebody to actually get their hands dirty and come into your community and try to make real change. As long as feel-goodism is part of the day, then feel-goodism means, wait a minute, I thought I was going to have to, go build something, maybe go build a school on the reservation. I just got to change my name on my team, and suddenly I've done my part for
gonna go away
for Indians and for tribes. Are you serious? Oh, wait a minute. So for you not to call me a racist, I just have to do something symbolic, but everything in your life stays the same, but I'm off the hook?
I take a few monuments down. That'll cover.
So if I knock this monument down,
that nobody's ever paid attention to anyway.
Wait a minute, we're good. If I do a donation to Black Lives Matter, am I out? Are you serious? Okay, I didn't realize that's all it took. But it didn't change anything.
No.
It's just a bunch of feel-goodism. And honestly, I would say it's a terrible use of time, and it doesn't create a lot of change.
No. Just a lot of uniforms have to be changed.
I'm going to say if you think part of your problem now,
you remember on this list here.
Yeah, I do.
What number was it?
Yeah, if you think right now that your life was being affected by the Washington Redskins or the Cleveland Indians, you haven't seen the impact of the Indians yet. It may be 2022.
Yeah, that's true.
But the Washington football team, they've changed their name.
Rick, from the communist rules for revolution.
Have you seen the results of that? And did all of a sudden the guy walk up and said, hey, you know what? I realize where you live on this reservation, there's not a lot of opportunity, but we didn't realize Washington was going to change the name of their team. Mm-hmm. And since they did, there's an opportunity for you today. Now, we were waiting until they did it.
Yeah, we weren't going to help you as long as you were a mascot.
Yeah, and there's some people right now going, once the Indians go away for Cleveland, that'll be the day it'll turn.
Sure.
Rick, if I can read to you again from the Communist Rules for Revolution, Section B, point 1 and 2. Get control of all means of publicity thereof. Get the people's minds off their government by focusing their attention on athletics, sexy books, plays, and other trivial things. Divide the people into hostile groups by constantly harping on controversial matters of no importance. 1919.
Good night.
And that's exactly what's happening. To the book.
Wait a minute, this is all I had to do?
Here.
So I don't have to come over there to your neighborhood. None of that.
I'm free and clear.
Right. Okay. Well,
I don't have to buy any casino tickets.
none of that. Right. So okay. Didn't know that. So I knocked this monument down. We're fine.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
whatever you want to talk about, now's the time. We hand it off to you. Will in Missouri will get us started. Don't forget, check the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming event, Southeast Missouri. Man Church One Day is coming. The First Baptist Church, Charleston, Missouri. Rich Wingo will be there. I'll be there. Andy Blanks will be there. We'll be doing a Man Church One Day that men all over the community can attend. We'll have a panel, and then they'll be implementing the Pursuit 40-week curriculum starting right after that event. So those details are at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All right, Will, welcome to the program. How are you today, buddy?
I'm doing really good. How are you guys doing?
All right, let's go, Will. Let's go.
Well, Friday, the Supreme Court decided they weren't going to hear the case out of Texas to uphold our Constitution. I guess I feel like the Constitution is the keystone to our democracy, and without it, the whole thing falls apart. So I feel like our country's under attack or damaged in some way, and I need some sort of statement I can make. My wife and I talked about this, and we said, well, now we love the American flag a lot.
Well, one of the things you got to look at is we got to get the details on this, because I heard that too on Saturday. But I think the way that the people who presented it representing Texas, the way it was worded, I know we had two of the Supreme Court justices that said they would hear it, right? But the rest of them said that the way they had written it, that would force them to go to the state Supreme Court first, that they need to go back and restructure the way they were presenting the case if they wanted to go right to the Supreme Court. Something like that. I think there was a technicality.
Rick, I'm reading this, and they're just basically saying that Texas did not have standing to bring the case.
Yeah, and I think it's the way it was. Somebody said the way they presented it and wrote it.
I don't see anything about them reworking it and going back. Now, the Electoral College meets and votes today.
Well,
so then the Congress has to accept the results of that. That's the next step.
Yeah, so the Texas thing, yeah, I'm with you. I just heard the reason why it was turned down was a technicality, and then some people said, well, they can go back and reword it, but they don't have time. I mean, there's not enough time, right? So they didn't clarify the reason why they said they did not have standing. I don't really know. Honestly, I didn't get a lot of details on it, but maybe we can find out.
Well, I think, and again, I'm not a legal scholar by any stretch, but I think they're saying the Constitution clearly says that each state has to do their own rules for their election based on the legislature. And if you're unhappy in the state of whatever, because that rule was not followed, that state needs to wrestle it out, not Texas wrestle it out for
that
you.
makes sense.
Even though Texas is claiming they were damaged.
Because we're union.
Because of the way they ran their election. But I think the Supreme Court was saying, look, if Pennsylvania's got a problem, Pennsylvania is going to have to fix it.
Let's go to Sarah in Clarksville, Georgia. Sarah, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Class of 99 here.
Thank you.
Love the show. Georgia Democrats, turn your radio down. This reminder is not for you. But the early voting starts today for the Senate runoff.
Yes.
I've already put in my vote. I only get one. I don't know about everybody else. But, I mean, I'm not crazy about Loeffler, but, if it would make Chucky...
Yeah, anything to keep the majority so that you hold those committee membership chairmen and all that. By the way, we talked about this earlier. 1.2 million absentee ballots have been requested. 85,000 have been requested that did not vote at all in the former election, or the prior election.
Oh, boy.
So you got 85 fresh ones out there, 85K, which could sway it,
Todd in Missouri. Todd, welcome to
Where
Rick
are
and
them
Bubba.
people from?
I know. Missouri making it happen
them
today.
up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my wife wanted me to tell y'all Sarah Fuller for Heisman.
After she made that extra point right to the Heisman house.
Let me ask you this. She was Special Teams Player of the Week or Co-Player of the Week because she kicked off. I mean, if she made extra points, she's got to win again, right? Because that's a step up the ladder.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you,
So you're saying if it's a field goal, we got a guy that does it.
correct.
he can't kick PATs. I mean, we
Greg.
got to bring a specialist in for that.
Greg, are you going to try? What are you trying to do to me? It's a publicity stunt.
Greg,
it's
Greg, are you raining on the parade?
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
won't.
If she was the kicker for the team, that'd be something that'd be. But this is Greg. And Jacksonville State did this years ago.
I know.
And-
Yeah,
and-
Jess, you was ahead of him on this.
Yeah.
And the girl was on the Today Show and everything.
Obviously, I'm not a Division I football coach, but you know, I've seen Vandy play. They probably could use a few more players in some other positions as opposed to playing
a PAT specialist.
multiple place kickers.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Maybe a lineman.
Let's get somebody who can rush the passer.
A blocker or two.
By the way, Missouri is dominating the phone segment today. Adam in Missouri. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I want to thank you and congratulate you.
I know what you're going to say.
Somebody
Look,
owes you a
Well, we can't.
Adam, you're cutting out. I know the Steelers were undefeated.
Wow,
Until I
yeah.
said
Bubba.
I was going to be a Steelers fan.
Drop two in a row.
Out of just aggravation with the Vikings, and that I was tired of losing.
Right.
And that I was just going to say, to heck with it, be a Steelers fan. Well, they lost their first game to probably the worst team in the league right after that. And, you know, and then I said I don't like the Steelers anymore. I take it back. I took it back on the air.
They didn't hear you,
And
though,
now they've lost their second game in a row since I said. What are the odds, by the way? of
Well,
that?
Dylan, for you, Slap Rock, 100%.
Well, I mean,
Hey, look, Shrapple.
look, you got to admit, right now I'm on a roll.
You are.
Yeah.
You are.
I just want to figure out who my next team is.
Jeremy
The
in
Alabama fans are calling saying, please do not say Roll Tide.
Indiana. Jeremy, go ahead.
They could overcome anything.
They probably could.
Hey guys, I'm a UPS driver, so I was just going to answer your question about delivery.
Okay.
The reason that you guys don't know exactly where you're getting your stuff from,
yes,
is because all the different drivers, like the post office and like Amazon and stuff, their stuff bounces around between two different companies. Before it gets to you guys, like the post office forces.
Speaking of bouncing around,
Oh, my gosh.
he's right in the middle of about 3 sales there. wasn't he?
Sorry, man. Devin in Alabama. Devin, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say thanks for actually recognizing all the delivery drivers out there, and I'm a FedEx driver myself.
Well, thanks for what you guys
Yeah.
are doing, man.
Thanks.
Y'all
I know
y'all-
it's crazy
Y'all
out there
keeping
right
it
now.
moving out there, baby. I guess what the UPS guy was saying, look, you probably showed you had a delivery at your house because it was bouncing around and it showed as delivered, and then it bounced around here and bounced around there, and then it eventually bounced right on the porch. But what's weird is
Two in the same day.
what's weird is the second order though came at just like it was like clockwork. But the first one then bounced in on the exact same day within an hour of the other one.
That's crazy. Isn't it?
Man, that's weird. Greg, look, here comes another one.
Hey, keep that extra one in case I damage this one on the way.
Greg, don't do that. Greg, once your door shuts
I know.
on your truck,
It's on me.
I'm out of it. Top of the hour, we'll get more of your phone calls coming up next hour. If you leave us, have a big day. Don't forget tomorrow, gift number 9 on the 12 working days of Christmas.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Put a smile on your face now. Open up your heart and celebrate the spirit. The good word is bad, and love will surely heal it. Them is doing well, and I'm so glad you're here. I'm the happiest day of the year. Oh, it's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Show it to the world, put a smile on your face now. Baby, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's Christmas Day. Oh, baby, it's Christmas Day. Your head, you do your little dance now. Baby, Christmas, joy to the world, Christmas Day, joy to the world, put a smile on your face. Merry Christmas, baby. your arms. Very special Christmas in your arms. Underneath the mistletoe, you pull me in so close. This is love, real love. All I need is you under the tree. You under my tree. You and me this Christmas. Very special Christmas in your arms. A very special Christmas, very special Christmas in your arms. And all I need is you with me. Very special Christmas in your arms. A special, special Christmas. Very special Christmas in your arms. Da, 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 da. Very special Christmas in your arms. A very special Christmas in your arms. Da, 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 da. Very special Christmas in your arms. Merry Christmas, baby.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, we've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler all here. Helmsy still quarantining. He'll return, barring any issues, on Wednesday. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Also, gift number 8 has been given away, so you did miss the 12 working days of Christmas if you just now joined us. Gift number 9 comes your way tomorrow as we inch to the end of the Rick and Bubba calendar, the big year ender coming up this Friday. Phone calls to start the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Matt is out of the great state of Alabama. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to know, did y'all see that video of Gus Malzahn dancing in a locker room in like less than 14 hours? he found out he was fired?
We did. Yeah, we did see that. We talked about that earlier in the program. So obviously, I couldn't decide that dance whether that meant he didn't know he was about to be fired or he knew he was about to get $21.5 million.
Yeah, that's
And you get 11 right now.
Yeah, in 30 days.
That might make me turn my hat around backwards and dance.
I might try a flip.
Was that you? I didn't know what that was. Yeah, we did see that, and we did talk about it. Brett in Huntsville with a request for the best of Rick and Bubba's coming up next week. Hey, Brett, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, and before I say that, too, I just want to thank you guys for what you do, and I was blessed beyond measure when you came to Hazel Green to the men's conference.
Thank you.
I'm still cleaning stuff off of that. So
Thank you. Thank you.
But what I was asking for is on the best of, if y'all could do the JT shooting the deer decoy.
Oh.
That was right.
It's on one, isn't
it?
No, he's saying while we're gone, will they actually play it on the Christmas break? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
I was actually the game warden that called in that morning.
Really, have you ever gone? You can go to YouTube and search it, and you can look at the video too. It comes up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now that's the way it was at one time. It may not be that way now, but it used to be that way. There was
when he's using that quiet voice like they do on the hunting shows and telling you how it was working its way around the edge of the field. That is one of my favorites.
To Jerry in Birmingham. Jerry, if you want to get in, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. Jerry, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a Cleveland expatriate living in Alabama, and I've been keeping up with the Indians' name change. My concern is I'm hearing a lot of complaints that sponsors are being pressured. At what point do the sponsors cave, and at what point do we let factions change society?
Well, you have to learn to play their game a little bit. Jerry, you're 100% right, because this is the way the mob works now. They try to find, and especially if you do what we do for a living, if you have a point of view they don't like, they try to, on a given one of their sacred topics, they'll go to your sponsors and they'll start trying to, put the thumb on them to not be with you. And we have been in that situation before. And what you got to learn to do is to say to the sponsor, well, there's also going to be a reaction to your product from those of us that don't want to do this or don't see the world the way that the people who are harassing us see it. Because we ran into this. You saw this happen, and I hate to keep bringing this example up, but we can give you one from Rick and Bubba and the one that wasn't. Let's talk about Cracker Barrel. So you remember when Phil Robertson went and said that he was a follower of Jesus, so that he adheres to God's standard of sexuality, marriage, and gender was not in play when he said it. It was just about God's standard for marriage. And so they had this successful A&E, show going at the time. Well, here comes everybody after Phil Robertson, who didn't do anything but just say what his convictions were biblically. That was it. And because he was asked a direct question and he gave a direct answer. It doesn't mean he was anti anyone. It just meant he was devout in his faith. So then Cracker Barrel started feeling a little pressure. Well, we got to get rid of all the Duck Dynasty merch we got here in the country store. Well, then the Duck Dynasty fans started telling Cracker Barrel, we'll never eat at your restaurant ever. I'll never eat another biscuit if you get rid of Duck Dynasty merchandise in your country store. Well, then Cracker Barrel had an awakening. Wait a minute. Am I more likely to make my quarter numbers than I need to make serving my country cooking to those who oppose Phil Robertson or those who support Phil Robertson? And they made the decision that probably those who support Phil Robertson probably come to Cracker Barrel more than those who don't. So you got to play the game. You got to make people decide that if they're going to cave in, a sponsor is going to cave in to a worldview, you got to say, well, if you cave into them, we're done with your product. And maybe they go back to just saying we're captive. Listen, we got a product out there, and whoever wants it, buy it.
Yeah, I really, if you're them sitting in the middle, you thought, when does biscuits become political?
Right. Yeah. And we had the same thing happen with us with another fried chicken franchise, which I won't, because they made that decision, and we asked the question: who do you think's going to who are you going to get hurt by the most? If you go, if we will go on the air Monday and we will say that you dropped your sponsorship of our show because we adhered to a biblical worldview. And then, what do you think is going to hurt you more? The Rick and Bubba audience says, "I won't eat that fried chicken again," or those who oppose us? Is that your key? Is that your focus audience? Those that opposed our worldview, and they made the decision to stay with us too. And so you either have to you can't just let the mob do it if you're not willing to apply pressure yourself to sponsors.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're a business, just don't cave to it to begin with, because whatever you do, you're going to have an opposite and equal force coming at you the other way. So don't get in the middle of it.
Yeah, and that way people go back to saying, "Look, we are
biscuits and chicken are not political.
We sell biscuits, we sell chicken, and we'll sell them to whoever wants them."
Yep.
You know,
got no problem with that.
Some people call that the Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Remember, he said, "Look, if people want to buy Jordan gear, they can buy it."
That's right. Republican, Democrat, don't matter.
Yeah, I'll sell to either political party. Ricky in Hueytown. Ricky, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, Green Acres.
Hey, thank you so much for the call. What's on your mind?
Rick, I wanted to ask you, what would your dad have done if one of his players had thrown a cleat on a critical third down to cost him a 15-yard penalty and then end up costing them the game?
All right, so first of all, I can say this, and Greg, I think you'll support me on this, and anybody who ever played for our dad, I can honestly say with very, very little reservation, that dilemma would have never presented itself, because there would have never been a defensive player ever who played for our dad that would have thrown somebody's cleat 20 yards. Never. It would have never happened.
And why is that? Why is that?
Because they.
This is important.
Because they knew that if they did, they would never play another down for that school.
Yeah. And there was some point in the past, I guarantee you,
right,
where this player has shown this attitude.
Right.
And it should have been disciplined, but it wasn't. It was looked over because he was good. He was a senior. He was a cornerback. We got to have on number 3. And he cost.
When it came to the rules, it applied to every person. And if you don't think that Bill Burgess would take your starting whatever and put him on the road, he would at the drop of a hat, because he believed to remove that from the team made the team better. Yeah. So it would not have. It wouldn't. How about this? I can tell you, I don't think it would have ever happened. It doesn't mean that somebody never got a penalty. I'm not saying that, but nobody would have done that.
Yeah.
That was
sometimes you jump off sides because you're not paying attention.
Or you're going to have a late hit every now and then.
Well, now keep in mind,
you're chasing somebody across the field.
Well, keep in mind, my dad was never really hard on late hits. He didn't mind them.
Late hits usually are a sign of you really hustling.
Well, but you love a guy like that, like the time that he was one of his players hit a player inbounds, and they threw the penalty, and he said, "What was that?" And he said, "Well, it was obvious the player was trying to get out of bounds." He said, "But he was inbounds when we hit him." And the official said, "Well, I'm going to call that." He said, "Well, if you're going to call that, you need more flags, because we're going to do that all day long." Because he didn't want his defense to get to where
they were afraid to hit somebody, and somebody's tiptoeing up the sideline. All of a sudden, they plant their foot and cut back the other way.
If you're going to start throwing flags for what you think's about to happen, well, then I can't play defense like that.
Well, that's not good refereeing.
Right. And so anyway, I don't have any reservation. I don't recall that things like that ever happen on any team that our dad coached and coaches like him. It just doesn't happen. Different world. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More your phone calls and stories that we may have missed when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour. All right, Steve in Indiana said he's got a problem, and he's trying to figure out what's going on. Hey, Steve, thanks for your patience, and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys, too. Hey, I love your show, boys.
Thank you.
And how's Mom and them?
Good.
Yeah, good.
Everybody good on your end?
Hey, you bet. Now, yeah, we got past one little bout, but I never got it, so I must have that typo blood. I don't know what's going on.
Tiger blood.
But, yeah. Hey, I got one question. I've been trying to get through to you guys, but with your phone calls and your contests, it's hard to get through. But I had asked to try to get through on. I heard your deal about white trash Christmas, and I thought that's kind of funny. But have you guys ever listened to Cheech and Chong's Santa Claus and His Old Lady? Have you
ever heard that one, Greg?
I don't know. I may have years ago. It's been a while.
Yeah. Now, what was this thing where Harry Murdahl said you thought you were texting the show?
I thought I was texting the show. I'd call, and then it would ring back. It'd come back on my phone and message, what do you want? Text or leave a text. So I would text on there, have you heard of Cheech and Chong and that. I've done it a couple different times, so I don't know what that was all about.
Well, there's a number similar to this number that's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, people have told me they've called, and it's a little. He may have been.
You may be calling not the right number, because there's one number that's close to our number, and they probably would try to get back in touch with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I got yeah.
They would look for a response.
Yeah, I guess. I got you on speed dial, and I just speed dialed you again, and it worked this time. So
well, I will tell you this.
I may have been Speedy texting you back.
Yeah, I will tell you this on my phone, and I'm sure somebody can explain it. There are people that text me that do not have my phone number.
I'm in the same thing. Me and this person the other day, I was like, I don't know who you are. You don't know who I am.
Yeah, and what it is they think they're emailing me, but it comes to me as a text on my phone. Yeah, it's really weird. So I don't know. We weren't texting you back though. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Next, you're going to tell me that Governor Cuomo wrote a book about leadership during the pandemic. I mean, this is crazy out here.
Yeah, well,
this is nuts.
Hey, we got a Cuomo story today that I don't think will shock any of us.
No.
Hey, thanks, Steve. Merry Christmas, buddy.
Yeah, look at that Cheech and Chong thing up. I'd like to hear that on your program.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, but Cheech and Chong, they can be a little.
You can just Google it. You can Google it and come back. And it's a 6-minute deal, so
definitely.
Greg, you're all in.
So you might not want to do it. I don't know.
All right, we'll see. Thanks, Steve.
We might even burn one.
Yeah, Greg.
That's a joke.
Did you? I'm about to say something I know, and I remember, of course, when they were popular, I didn't hang out with the potheads. So, did you ever think they were funny?
Rick,
they had one. I don't know if it was a movie. Did they
Up
do
in
a
Smoke,
movie?
Up in Smoke.
There was one of them that was pretty funny. It had.
I'm like you though. They're recorded bits and all that everybody thought was so great, and everybody used the accent when they would do them. I never thought that.
I remember the older kids all doing the accent.
Yeah,
and they would have the albums. And I remember sitting on the school bus not getting
remind you of one of the scenes, Rick, in the break.
I bet Dillashaw he loved Cheech and Chong, didn't he?
What you talking about?
Cheech and Chong was nothing but the older kids on our bus at the school bus, and they're all doing it.
Yes,
but I never thought it was that funny.
Maybe it was their delivery. I don't know.
Yeah, I
don't know. The people on the bus.
Because I know I wasn't going to go buy that album and bring it in my house.
Oh no, probably not.
Ganell Burgess going to put a stop to that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Jim in New York. Jim, welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning again, guys. I was thinking that bit about changing the Cleveland Indian names, and if you're going to do this, there's several other teams' names that should be changed. I was thinking of writing letters to them. For example, the Milwaukee Brewers encourage the consumption of alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Pittsburgh Pirates, well, they're basically just honoring a bunch of river thieves.
Right.
The San Diego Padres encouraging the Catholic faith. Los Angeles Angels, we're talking about supernatural human beings. And last and not least, the San Francisco Giants are diminishing the value of small people.
The question,
where does it end?
And I know this is not popular what I'm going to say, because this is one of the areas where I honestly understand that there might be a case made for Redskin. People who said, but yet then you had people who were Indians who said, well, it doesn't bother us. Some said, but I've never understood because if the name Indian is derogatory, we've let that
We let
Used in all
is
kinds
the
of
name Indian derogatory?
There's a whole brand of
Well, the
motorcycles.
interesting thing is that the name was chosen in honor of a Cleveland player who was an Indian. His name was Sock Alexis. He was from some tribe up in Maine. He was very popular, and they decided to name the team after him. Now, God knows if maybe the New York Yankees had want to honor Joe DiMaggio, they would have come up with a name that, shall we say, might not be too considered popular around here.
Jim.
Well, let me ask you this.
The New York Hounds.
I realize that Florida State has got a pass in this, but if I'm in this group seeking political correctness, how can I allow them to continue?
Yeah, I don't understand.
How do they get a pass?
If you
when
want
Indians and Redskins and all that doesn't, I don't follow.
Right, but I thought Indian was a pretty. I didn't know that was a derogatory. Now we used to say on the show. We've said for years, how did we let that stand? If somebody claimed you were from Indian, they didn't get that right, and they stuck the word Indian on you. I don't know how we ever allowed to let that one stick.
Well, it'd be like Lewis and Clark going west and going to, say, Missouri, thinking it was California, and calling everybody Missouri Californians, and it stuck. And you'd be the Missouri Californians.
Right.
And you're like, what?
But I mean, we've the word Indian doesn't seem to be in the same place of something like Collins, and then the name of the tribes like Seminoles and stuff. I don't know how that's offensive. And of course they
kind of honoring you.
They cut a deal. I don't understand how the name of tribes is offensive.
If I'm offended in this day and time by Redskins, how am I not offended by Seminole? How do I let I know that they cut a deal with the Seminoles, but still I'm not part of that deal. I'm offended. I'm going around looking to be offended. Shouldn't I still be offended?
I would think so. If anything involving Native American tribes is now off limits, then it's all off limits.
Yeah, should be.
It
is or it ain't. What's the deal? What's the difference?
I don't know, and that's the problem when you start getting with emotion. As we've said 1,000 times, it can be a little inconsistent.
What did the Fighting Illini? What did they go to? What did they change to?
No, they're still there.
Are they really?
Yeah.
But Syracuse changed theirs.
Yeah, they
right?
were like the Orangemen. Now they're just the Orange or something.
Yeah,
who was Orangeman?
I don't know.
It offended somebody, really.
Who was mad about that?
Who was Orange?
Donald Trump?
I think it was.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up shortly. Relief Factor, I've already had my first dose today. Hey, Bubba, Tanya is listening to us on our TuneIn channel. TuneIn's a free download and an app, and if you search Rick and Bubba, you get Rick and Bubba 24/7, the live show and best of moments till another live show comes in. And she heard about us out of the great state of Texas. Said, I've been taking Relief Factor for over a month now. Unfortunately, I was hit by a car, while walking almost a year ago, and I got to the place where nothing I tried for pain relief was working. My husband had heard you guys talking about Relief Factor, and he bought it for me. Within maybe a week or less, I started noticing a decrease in the pain in my lower back and an increased range of motion. Pretty sure Relief Factor had something to do with that, guys, and I'm very grateful. It's a beautiful addition to my natural therapies. Well, Tanya, thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba on the TuneIn app out of Texas, and certainly your husband came through for you, and I'm glad it's working for you. What if we got an email like that from you in a couple of weeks because you made the move today to get Relief Factor, and this chronic pain that's bothering you, maybe Relief Factor is the answer, and it's an all-natural answer, so you don't have to worry about some of the side effects that come with drugs. The over-the-counter stuff was never intended to be used every day. It does have side effects if it's overused. Then you've got all the problem with the opioids and the addictive nature of these prescription painkillers. So what if Relief Factor with its 4 botanicals is the answer for you? You'll find out in about 3 weeks. If you want to get a 3-week supply, that's $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com. You can click on the sponsors button, and you can find it right there. We mentioned Cuomo, former aide. Does this surprise anybody when you start thinking about Governor Cuomo? Former aide Lindsey Boylan, who's now a Democratic candidate for Manhattan, one of the boroughs there. She says that I know I'm not the only woman, and I am accusing Andrew Cuomo for sexually harassing me for years, and said this is his MO. She says I know I can't be the only one. When you see these headlines, and I'm not going to pretend like I know what did or did not happen or does and does not happen in Andrew Cuomo's personal life. Now, he's got a problem here because he represents a political party. Now, we've already seen inconsistency on this, so I know I'm not naive. But this political party has told us over and over again that when women bring these accusations, they must be heard and they must be believed until proven false.
Right, that's what we heard.
Is that not the way we're supposed to work through these?
That's what we were told during the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, I know.
Yeah, and other cases as well. So if you are a leftist in this country and you are part of the hashtag #MeToo movement, then Lindsey Boylan must be considered credible until proven otherwise if we follow the way things have been set up by the left in the hashtag #MeToo, right?
Right.
They must be heard.
Yep.
Must be believed until you can prove that what they're doing is not true.
Correct.
Okay? Is that what's going to happen?
No.
Because Andrew Cuomo, I mean, he's got a book out. He's
Yeah.
I mean,
he's up for Attorney General, Rick.
Have I ever told? I want y'all to look out for something when it comes to Democrats. Okay, anytime celebrities begin to fall all over some Democrat, it usually means there's some kind of hound or some kind of sleaze. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
It's like the like right now Cuomo. I mean, the Hollywood we've had some of them crying on their talk shows about the great job he's done with COVID and. As you said, Bubba, he wrote.
Well, that was him, though, Rick.
Yeah, he let me tell you who is the biggest fan of Andrew Cuomo, and that'd be Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
And so, just though his presentation and some of the things he said and the way he carries himself, and that's not a reason to convict somebody. So we'll see if there's any effort at all to legitimize these accusations if we care about the plight of women. Because here's what I got to just make sure. I'm trying to figure this out. Are we out to protect women from hounds as long as they're not Democrats? So if a Democrat...
We're out to get Republican hounds and independent hounds.
Right. If there's independent hounds, Republican hounds, or maybe is there... If you are harassed by a man who's a Democrat, you just have to get over it. The voice, it's almost like if the man's a Democrat, the word Democrat is like, those things you put up to keep sound from getting out. Where it can't be heard. It's like it mutes it for just a minute. It's like you go, I'm coming after this guy. Okay, we're here for you, girl.
Hey, let me tell you what he did to me. Hey, we shouldn't let that stand. Hey, it don't matter when it happened. I'm glad you're coming forward. You're being brave, and your voice must be heard. Now he's a Democrat. Well, then never mind.
Yeah, sorry.
Either we care about this or we don't. We can't just care about it if it works for us politically, and then not care about it if it's a problem politically.
Rick, I can't believe anybody, him, Trump, anybody would at this point write a book describing how well they did handling the COVID pandemic, because it ain't over. I mean, that's like a coach writing about his career before it's over. You know, I mean, this is still the middle of the game, and it ain't going real good, honestly.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know. It went real good to begin with.
Yeah, for NASCAR fans, this is like me writing how well I did at Daytona, and the race isn't over. I mean,
Right, but isn't he one of the untouchables though?
Oh,
I mean, because
so
he can really already write his story, and the media would just back that up, no matter facts or the end of the game, Bubba. I mean, they're going to go ahead and help him with that narrative.
So this Lindsey Boylan says that not knowing what to expect was the most upsetting part, aside from knowing that no one would do a blank thing, even when they saw it. No one, and I know I'm not the only woman, meaning everybody knew he was this sleazeball, and I knew if I told anybody, it's like nobody was going to care. Many saw it. Many knew exactly what was going on and did nothing about it. And the most frustrating thing is I can't get anybody to care about this, even though they know that I'm telling the truth. So said that I was harassed by him for years, and many watched it and saw it and did nothing. So anyway, I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't even know if these things happen. She says, I have no interest in talking to journalists. I'm about validating the experience of countless women and making sure abuse stops. My worst fear is that this will just continue. So she's claiming she's not trying to write a book. She's not trying to be a celebrity. She literally wants people to know.
Did you say she's running for office?
It says, do you know what she is candidate for the Manhattan Borough President. What is that?
I guess it's
says she's a Democrat.
Some of their city government. I don't know.
Says she's a Democrat.
Yeah.
So does anybody think this will, no pun intended, get legs? I mean, well, you got to be careful what you say in these kind of stories. That's one of my favorites. Right. So does anybody, I mean, is Andrew Cuomo allowed to be, because see, I don't have a problem because I'm going to be consistent. I have zero.
Rick, I think it'll make a big difference with Joe Biden.
I have no.
The sniffer.
I'm going to try to be consistent here. I have no issue with somebody saying, well, Rick, Andrew Cuomo is innocent until somebody can prove that he's done these things that anyone alleges, including this woman. Because that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but I mean, we've always been told that's not the case, so we're just trying to apply the same, ruler that they told us that we needed to apply. We're just giving you that same measuring stick back.
Here's where a Democrat finds himself in a precarious situation. He really needs to decide, does he want to see this through the lens of Rick and Bubba? Or are we supposed to see it through his lens?
Yeah.
Because his lens, he's in trouble right now. Because she is telling the truth until proven otherwise.
Well, by the
way, is not the way our country's supposed to work.
But see, that's the beauty. Once you have the media totally in your back pocket, you can change your point of view. Nobody will ever call you on it.
Right.
If it's Brett Kavanaugh, well, we got to hear what she says. If it's him, you go, well, it's totally baseless. Move on. Next question.
Well, you also get on your level of importance. She's a Democrat. That gives her a little hope. But she's not a big player, and Cuomo is the toast of the town.
Oh, yeah. He's a potential attorney general, might be a presidential
candidate. He's beloved by the celebrities and all those high-ranking in the left. So I hate to say this, and Lindsay, I hope that if this happened to you, I hope you get justice. But, Lindsay, I have bad news for you. I think they will probably vilify you, not him.
It was your fault.
Yeah. And you're going to hear some very unpopular things that can't be said, but they will. I think they'll probably protect Cuomo versus trying to give you justice.
This is what she needs. She says a lot of people saw it. A lot of people knew about it. They need to come forward and back you up.
And they're not going to. They're not going to. They're gonna. It's gonna be very, very similar. They're gonna say, "Well, I never saw anything." I mean, it's a playoff right now, and Cuomo, I'm afraid, outranks her in the Democratic Party.
His value to the cause.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if it really happened, I hope she gets justice, but it will definitely be an uphill climb. Yep. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Christmas Day is near. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Saint Nick is coming. Strike up the band. Sleigh bells are ringing in this winter wonderland. Yeah, chestnuts are roasting with cookies by the tree. Waiting for Santa to come down the chimney. On the fire, let's admire lights upon the tree. 'Tis the season, don't you know, for gingerbread and mistletoe. We can sing, go caroling to spread our love and cheer, letting everybody know that Christmas Day is near. Oh yeah, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Yeah, come on, let's sing to Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Come on, hey, little drummer boy, yeah, play that beat for me. On Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, little drummer boy, yeah, play that beat for me. On Christmas Day, hey, come on. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. So happy Christmas Day is near. Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near. Yeah, come on, let's sing to Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Day is near.
let's talk on the phone and chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you missed gift number 8 today, and the 12 working days of Christmas, gift number 9, Lord willing, comes your way tomorrow on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. All right, so let's go to the phones. Mac is standing by in Dothan. News Talk 1039. Hello, Mac. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, you gentlemen. First-time caller.
Well,
Thank God.
glad you called.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, go ahead.
Can't believe I got in, but thank the Lord.
Amen.
And guys, you know, you were talking about the other day about what blood type is more able to fight this virus. Well, I guess I got the wrong type of blood type.
Did you have a tough time with it?
Because I got B negative, and I have never been sick a day in my life.
Be careful.
But you have or have not had this?
Have not. And I've been in other states this year working stores around many people had. I haven't had so much as an inkling of it.
Well, that was just kind of, I think, kind of a rumor or wives' tale that got started. Obviously, there's many more things to do with it than blood type. Although there may have been some anecdotal type evidence that some people with, what was it, O, had not been as affected as much.
Right. Yeah. It is. Yeah. I don't think there's much to that. I mean, there may be. There may not be.
I don't think we ever proved it.
No. Yeah. But when you get to this, it's really hard. I mean, we're talking about something that's microscopic. Mm-hmm. Okay. And it could be that you know, because I mean, we had it in our own house. There doesn't seem there. Here's what we don't have. If this happens, this will be the result. We just don't. I mean, you can have people have one person sit in the same room and have 3 people in that room talking to the same person in the same distance for the same amount of time. One of them will walk away with it. The other 2 won't have it. Mm-hmm. Now, why is that? Well, it could be that one of them had that microscopic thing come out of the mouth of the person that's talking. It landed on their leg. They wiped their leg and then wiped their mouth. The other 2 didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
or just the state of your immune system at any point in the day. You know, it varies wildly from what they tell us.
So it's there's a lot.
Maybe you didn't get enough sleep one night. Your immune system didn't clean it out. You know,
There's a lot to learn, and there's as much misinformation as there is relatively good information. I don't know if there's any good information. I think there's pretty good and there's bad. Yeah. We haven't learned enough to have good information. Hey, by golly, let me tell you what's going on.
No, it's better than it was, but we don't.
We're learning.
We don't know the whole book yet. You know, we've got a chapter or 2 down, but we got a lot more to go.
Well, the good news is we're getting to where we can treat it.
Yeah,
we're about to get to where we got vaccines if they work. We've got the plasma stuff. All that's going to be good stuff going forward for people who get it not to die.
Yeah, other things. That Remdesivir has worked for a lot of people. So it keeps you from getting what they call a viral overload.
Well,
and simple Pepsid AC has helped some people because really some of the more complex symptoms you get are from your own body overreacting to it. And if you tone that down, you don't have near as bad a response.
I will. You know, you and I, we are. I mean, we are the Enola Gay people. Okay,
yeah,
that's our world. And you're not going to like, and I hope you don't ever get it.
I mean, we're Castle Bravo, baby.
But see, I know I had mild symptoms, but I still wanted you to drop the bomb. Yeah, and I couldn't get it to happen because I didn't rank it. And there's people that needed it more than me.
Yeah.
But I don't care what level I am. I want it all. Okay. And and I was like, our doctor was like, look, you don't really qualify for that. You're not having breathing problems.
But what if you got a family member with plasma ready to go? Why can't we take a pint, spin it up, and let me have it?
So I was in that category where I was just told take vitamin D, take vitamin C, take a Pepsid,
stay away from everybody,
take a Zegrid, and take zinc. And that's the only treatment I received. I didn't have any other kind of medication.
Zegrid? What is that for?
Take
stomach?
a Pepsid?
Is that for stomach?
Pepsid.
Pepsid AC?
The only problem I was worried about Pepsid is because I did learn something when I struggled with acid reflux for a while, that some of these anti-acid drugs, they addict you to them forever. I stopped taking it, changed the way I was eating, changed the way I did things, and never had acid reflux again. That the things I was taking was actually keeping the acid reflux going.
And so I got off that, and I was worried about that doing the Pepsi thing. And am I about to create that problem for myself again?
Mm-hmm.
But people were saying it was effective. Did it help me? I don't know. Would I have felt worse if I didn't do that? Maybe. But my biggest problem were cold symptoms, and so I took a Dayquil every day for the cold symptoms, and that kept me breathing. And as far as when I mean breathing, congestion, I didn't have any oxygen level problems that I could tell, or to the level that mattered. But I basically lived like I had a cold. And like I said, if I had not tested positive, that's why it's important to do the testing if the doctor calls for it, if you've been exposed, is because I would have kept coming to work taking Dayquil, and I would have been fine.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have known the difference. I mean, there was nothing that in my mind that went, oh, man, I got COVID.
Right.
It was the only reason why I knew I had it is because I've been exposed and got tested.
Yeah.
Symptoms didn't tell me a whole lot, other than other things I have during the winter, Let's go to Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, fellas?
Buddy. You.
I just want to talk about the old Gus bus being on the tow truck.
Yep.
This morning. A lot of stuff's being said about it, but I mean, Gus Malzahn he's a great coach, but he's not a great head coach. He's a good offensive coach. I wish, before we cost ourselves $20-something million, we wouldn't have just added on that extension. But now, we're looking at a few coaches. I mean, the only two that I really see that could do anything in that role is probably, calling the breeze freeze, or, if we can get him, Tony Stark or Tony, Starkeesian, he might come in. And
I thought you said Tony Stark. Like
That's
you're
what
going
he
to get
said.
Iron Man.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It is. I tell you one thing. If you ever want to get Auburn to write a check, let me tell you. If you want Auburn to write a check, just have Arkansas threaten to hire their coach.
Yeah.
They panic if you'll get Arkansas there. It got Tubby a good deal, and it got Malzahn a good deal.
That's not the only case. I hear that Oregon is quickly renegotiating their coach's contract.
Yeah, a little leverage.
Yep.
Oh, look.
Did he say call me the freeze?
So you think since he's kind of his family's worked through that deal, do you think it's still too much there?
I don't know.
I mean, he's obviously
he's a really good footballer,
and he and his family have gotten to the other side of it. I mean, you're gonna hold that against him for the rest of his life.
That's true. You're right.
They didn't remember somebody tried to bring in Petrino back. Well, probably a little quick.
Yeah,
but I mean,
a little quick.
All right.
At least let the scars on his face heal from that crash.
I mean, it does sound odd. Think about this. If you think about what Hugh Freeze and his family's been through, and I do believe that he's been forgiven and he's redeemed, and it looks like he's living out his life, that a Christian university will give you another chance, but a secular one won't.
Yeah. But then again, and he may like where he's at,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Of course, it could be at Liberty. He just looked really good compared to the guy who was president.
That's the truth, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's doing good. He's doing good with an old Auburn quarterback. He could have a whole bunch of them if he wanted.
Maybe Liberty was good. He goes, compared to Falwell Jr., I look like I'm.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.